definitely have a lot to talk about, as you can see on the screen. There's a lot of every tab I got up here is gonna be about this issue. All of this. We got a few, as you see, we got a bunch of articles, a couple PDFs, and some videos we gotta watch. Mostly short, but the last one, you're gonna want to stay for that one. Trust me. You really want to see all of this so you don't miss anything, because I'm gonna address the politics, the law, commercial terms, and all type of stuff. But let me see. Let me make sure I get this link. I'm gonna go over all that again as soon as I post the link. Okay, here it is. Should be able to see everybody talking. All right, Key Mitchell is live now. I'm gonna make sure I put up these little digs. Okay. Alright, we are basically ready to go. As you see on the screen, it says, here's what coronavirus does to the body. But hold on. Alright. I believe I'm good to go. Probably going to re-upload the video and cut this part out. So we should be good to go, yeah. Alright. Okay. Now, everybody's in a panic, and it's all because people are in fear, and we already know the abbreviation for fear stands for false evidence or emotion appearing real. We know all of this conscious stuff, but a lot of us are like squirming and, wishing people good health and all of this, that, and the other, but we're not actually dealing with the issue that coronavirus is addressing or attacking or whatever. So without further ado, I'm going to make sure everybody gets a peace of mind after this video, even though it might disturb you on so many different levels. But overall, it's pretty much a blessing in disguise, if you want to call it a blessing. Blessing can mean curse depending on what context you use it in, or it might, be able to say it to somebody and they might not even know that's their intent. But anyway, so the disease, so-called, was announced in November, maybe late October, the earliest. But it's not the actual virus that's an issue. It's really all of the panic, and the panic is like an outreach of the people. So you want to think of it as like, when we all get into a frenzy about something, then there's going to be a lawful response, or a commercial and business response. So without further ado, here's what. Oh, this is National Geographic. This is an article from National Geographic, and they're basically just talking about what coronavirus does to the body. So let's go through a little bit of this, right? Okay, from blood storms to honeycomb lungs, here's an organ by organ look at how COVID-19 harms humans by Amy McKeever, published February 18, 2020. So it's pretty recent. And I rock with National Geographic because they're very genuine with a lot of their information. Like, it's so much stuff that they actually, are able to address. And they do so very vigilantly. So I'm going to go over this. But, everything, you got to kind of take with a grain of salt, and you got to make sure you study other sources and, compare and contrast everything. Much remains unknown about the novel coronavirus ripping through China, but one thing is certain: the disease can cast a storm over the whole human body. You see, like, statements like that sound so scary, right? Such has been the nature of past zoonotic coronaviruses, ones that happen from animals to humans like SARS and MERS. Unlike their common cold cousins, these emergent coronaviruses can spark a viral-induced fire throughout many of a person's organs, and the new disease, dubbed COVID-19 by the World Health Organization, is no exception when it is severe. That helps explain why the COVID-19 epidemic has killed more than 1,800 people, surpassing the SARS death toll in a matter of weeks. Okay, while the death rate for COVID-19 appears to be a fifth of SARS, the novel coronavirus has spread faster. Confirmed cases rose to more than 60,000 last Thursday, nearly a 50% jump relative to the prior day, and the tally has since increased by another 13,000. This leap reflects a change in the way Chinese authorities are diagnosing infections instead of a massive shift in the scope of the outbreak. Rather than wait for patients to test positive for the virus, diagnoses now include anyone who chest scans reveals COVID-19's distinctive pattern of pneumonia. This method will hopefully allow authorities to isolate and treat patients more quickly. You know, they get to talking about how more harmful it can become and whatnot, right? So, you know, it's just a lot of different things they say in here that's like really like extra. But apparently this is what they got a video of what it does, right? Let's see. Okay, there's no sound.
Breathe out.
We gotta get some sound in there. What's going on?
With every breath, the body
is
replenished.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
A process made possible by two of the body's most important and delicate organs. The lungs are two major components of the respiratory system. Soft, light, and elastic, these organs are primed for taking in and filling up with air. Each lung is subdivided into compartments called lobes. The right lung has 3, and the left lung, which is slightly smaller to accommodate the positioning of the heart, has 2. This compartmentalization provides a fail-safe for the lungs, so that if one lobe is damaged, the 4 other lobes can remain intact and able to function. The lobes are also connected to separate branches called bronchi of the trachea, which delivers air from the nose and mouth. These branches provide the lobes independent supplies of air. Within each lobe, the bronchi split off into numerous smaller offshoots that end in air sacs. Known as alveoli, these sacs are responsible for a crucial exchange of air. When a person inhales, oxygen fills the alveoli. The alveolar walls, which contain countless capillaries, are so thin that the oxygen inhaled can pass through them and be absorbed by blood cells within the capillaries. A similar transaction occurs in the opposite direction. Carbon dioxide waste transported in the bloodstream can pass through the alveolar walls. From there, they are expelled with every exhalation. This exchange of gases, known as respiration.
Okay, this is not what corona does. This is just talking about what how the lungs work.
Because of their intake of air, the lungs are constantly exposed to the elements.
Exactly.
And sometimes fall victim to them. Lung conditions may develop.
Okay, I'm not about to play the whole video, but basically you get the point. The lungs are important. What is a virus? Okay, let me see what they're saying right there.
Well, a virus is actually just genetic material encased in an envelope. And it actually needs a host like me or you in order for it to infect and continue to produce more copies of itself. So what happens is if a virus infects me, let's say, and my immune system starts trying to control that virus. Well, the virus evolves and mutates and changes its genetic material over time to try to outrun my immune system. So it's a constant battle between the host and the virus, and basically they're evolving together, they're co-evolving.
Ebola is a filovirus, part of a rare family of viruses transmitted by direct contact with bodily fluids, often the blood. By contrast, influenza spreads through droplets, sneezed, or coughed into the air, which makes it easier to catch. But unlike most strains of flu, filoviruses kill large percentages of the people they affect, up to 90%. which is why this particular lab may be the most dangerous place on Earth. It's dedicated exclusively to testing live samples of Ebola.
Okay, so all right, great. So everybody can hear me. Cool. So basically, as you see, I just wanted to get the basic out of the way, because basically it attacks the respiratory system and it stops the immune system from helping you defend yourself. So in order for us to deal with this issue and to understand that there's more to this than just virus, we gotta go through a few things here, right? So it attacks the respiratory system, which basically attacks your oxygen ability to breathe, right? And your ability to breathe is your spirituality, because spirit means breath. So let's get into this. First of all, you see how they have the nerve to start a whole national emergency just because of the coronavirus. And I understand that we only about 4 or 5 months or so in, but look at these issues right here. We have 2.1 million people who died this year from coronary artery disease. Stroke is at 1.5 million. Like, all of these issues are caused by diet, the environment, and all of these other things that like people don't realize is really affecting their health. And the diet is really bad, because when we have diseases out here that we can just contact from walking around, you're gonna realize like they don't really give you a solution that's natural. They just tell you, hey, well, we're gonna give you the virus so that you'll be ready for when the virus comes. But they don't tell you that you're gonna be spreading the virus when you get the vaccine. Plus, they put other ingredients in there that's like crazy. Like, they put rat brains in different vaccines and all type of stuff. But like, look at all these different deaths, and they have not started a national emergency for this. But we're gonna go over some of this stuff, right? So that's just how many deaths has happened this year, and this is live. Like, you see these numbers going up. Like, this is somebody dying every second from these issues. This is why I promote health. So with that being said, look at the corona cases, right? So it's about 340,000 corona cases, but only 14,000 deaths and 99,000 people recovered. Now, that is a big number of deaths for one virus in a matter of 4 or 5 months, right? So I can't really blame the United States for taking certain precautions, and I can't really blame Trump, to be honest, with certain moves he's making. And we're also going to get into that as well. And we're going to talk about Obama and what the Pope had to say to him. But anyway, 99,000 people have recovered. But I shouldn't have closed the other article, but why have the 14,000 died so easily? Obviously, it's because old people, you said spread the virus when you get the vaccine. Exactly. They put the virus in the vaccine. Because the whole point is, like, when you're a child, like when children are born, they're more susceptible to the environment because they're always touching stuff and touching their face and doing a bunch of stuff that's basically unsanitary, right? But what people don't understand is their microbiomes is he's moving too slow. Was something wrong with the stream? Okay, well, I'm gonna keep going. So I'm looking at the chat, so just let me know. But either way, yeah. So they put different samples of corona in the virus so that your body will be prepared, because our bodies are able to adapt to viruses when we already have them, which is why we contract bacteria so easily, so we can get used to it, right? So we grow up and our bodies end up adapting to these things, and we're able to go out and do more things without being infected so easily. But the reason why not too many children are like dying is because their bodies are already like they're super charged up and ready. Like, they have a lot of defenses because they're always playing around in the dirt and whatnot, right? So, and I don't want to sit up here and act like the virus isn't real. You said no Trump. No, we gotta address Trump. Trust me. I get trust me, I'm indifferent. Like, I don't really care about him per se, but people don't understand. There's two Donald Trumps, and I like actual two Donald Trumps. But you have public Trump and private Trump. And when he says something privately, people take it as if he's speaking on behalf of his oath to, work as a public officer, which sometimes he's not really speaking from that point of view. But most of the time, people are talking about what he's saying is when he's, on the dig. But anyway, let's keep moving forward because I got a lot of show. I got a lot to show. I'm gonna try to keep some of this up. But yeah, like I said, as you heard from the videos from National Geographic, the issue is it causes inflammation. So all of those people that died already, they already had a lot of issues, like the ones listed here. Oh, okay. Well, I closed it out, right? But all of the other deaths, like the HIV, the heart disease, coronary artery disease, whatever. But like all of these different issues are why people die. And it's not just the coronavirus. Like the coronavirus is basically the tip of the iceberg when people have certain issues. Like a lot of people are online saying, "Hey, I had like this cough and shit when I was back in November and December, and people around me kind of had the cough too. It was kind of crazy, and I remember that too. And I'm like, maybe a lot more people actually heal from it than we can imagine. But here are 6 foods that can cause inflammation: sugar and high fructose corn syrup, a lot of syrup. A lot of us, drink. Well, not me, but a lot of people drink like Arizonas or just regular juices that have this stuff in it and don't really pay attention to the ingredients. Artificial trans fats, vegetable and seed oils, refined carbohydrates, excessive alcohol, and processed meat. So all of y'all drinking alcohol, I think somebody told me they're going to be getting a wine and whatnot while they watch this. And I'm like, it causes inflammation. Like, you trying to avoid any of these issues, you kind of need to stop smoking. You need to stop eating processed meat or any meat, to be honest with you, because meat itself is a virus. It's a vaccine because it has information in the proteins. Like, it's called foreign DNA. So when you eat the meat and then you contract the virus, what do you think's happening? There are 2 different attacks going on. Like, the only reason they have different names for different diseases and viruses because they attack different parts of the body, but essentially everything attacks your ability to breathe. That's it. Like, it all comes down to your ability to transfer oxygen into electricity, energy, like your computer. So you need energy to turn on. So without further ado, right? When you think about the word inflammation, inflamed, your body is inflamed, in hell. What do you think the underworld is when they talk about Osiris? Like, it's the inner body, the biological world. That's what the underworld is. And you know what? I'm going to put up a video showing you. Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it up already. I'm going to put up a video showing you exactly how viruses work in the body, or how your immune system works. Yeah, immune system under a microscope, right? Should be a quick video, because I think people need to understand, like, and this is real footage. This is not no graphics, right? You know what I'm saying? So anyway, check it out. So this is your immune system.
So what you're seeing on your screen here are a bunch of red blood cells that deliver vital oxygen to our body. The moving cell there is a lymphocyte. That's your immune system. That's what it looks like under the microscope. So its job is to go in between all of these cells in your lymph system and start cleaning.
Now, before I continue this video, you have to understand, like, when God is at war, when you read about what God is in the Bible, like, go to John chapter 4 verse, or I think it might be John chapter 1 verse 4 to 8, where he says, it basically explains that God is light. So when you think about the word light, where does light come from? It comes from a spark of electricity. You have electricity all through your body, and you're made of mostly water. So in electricity, it's very electric inside of water because there's oxygen in water. So if you have oxygen in water, you have atom molecules and whatnot, and electrons and whatnot. So all of the eating healthy is about making sure you have the ability to live life better. So if you're rich already, then you have a healthy body so that you can actually enjoy those riches, or that wealth, or whatever you want to call it, right? Because people like to argue. But let me just let the video play.
Up, if you will. What you don't see is that it's swimming in water.
Reptilians needed to charge up. Yeah, of course, every animal needs to charge up. Every animal is made up of water and has electrons in them. But I get what you're saying, though. I see where your mind is at.
To go clean up a mess. That's what it is right there, cellular debris. So what you're seeing there is that lymphocytes starting to break down and clean up all that cellular debris. Just like a car that uses gas and there's exhaust, all of our cells use
What's up, family?
And byproducts of metabolism. This little stick figure, that is streptococcus. That's your immune system taking care of bacteria. Look how it goes and protects you by enveloping itself around the bacteria. Now this is a picture of natural cell death. This is apoptosis. This is a cell. Just watch the edges of the cells there. It's about to die. And what a lot of people don't know is that our cells are replaced every so often. Red blood cells every 149 days. Other cells may take years, but our cells are replaced with whatever we've been eating at the time. And so it's important to know that these lymphocytes have to go in and clean up all of these cells. And we have trillions of cells. I joke around with my kids and I say, you know, I want you guys to clean your room as well as your lymphocytes clean theirs. And this is what we see. Trillions of cells being cleaned up. And this is why it's so important to eat a healthy diet with real whole foods, because our cells need those big building blocks, not fake foods that are going to break down and add more work to your lymphocytes. When your immune system gets overworked, and it can't protect you as well. What you're seeing here on the screen is natural cell division, and instead of it dividing properly, you'll see at the middle of the screen, it stays conjoined, and it becomes what's called a binucleated cancer cell. Those two dark circles, those are the nuclei. The lymphocytes that are circled there, those are inside the cancer cell, and that arrow points to the cell membrane, and the lymphocyte on the outside is trying to get in. Watch how it pokes multiple times. We count 7 times it pokes to try and get in. If your immune system is weak, it can't get in. If it's strong, it can get in and start to help to defend against the cancer. And so this is why it's so important to really help keep your immune system strong. What wrecks your immune system? Stress. You can see here that it's gotten inside, and now it's high-fiving the other lymphocytes. We pull the camera back, and we can see that we've now got tissue that's cancerous. Not the size of a tumor yet. This is still under a microscope, but it's tissue. And all those moving things are the lymphocytes. And what you just saw there is implosion from the inside out. This is natural killer cells of your immune system killing cancer, so we put an instant replay on there. This is cancer dying. We now know that to help put our chances of not getting cancer up to the highest, we need to keep our immune system strong. And like I said, what impacts the immune system? Stress. Mental, chemical, and physical stress. When you get sick, what do they tell you to do? Drink lots of water, because those lymphocytes need to be able to
Drink
swim
lots
around
of water.
to where they need to get to.
Lots.
Get lots of rest.
That's why people going
That way you
crazy.
have less byproducts of metabolism, so there's less work for the lymphocytes to have to clean up, and it allows for your immune system to recover. And then also, what do they say? Take antioxidants, vitamin C, things like that. Why? Because antioxidants is what feeds your immune system. That's what makes them stronger. So in today's world, we need to avoid the chemical stressors like sugar and fake food, and add things like fruits and vegetables, organic fruits and vegetables, and supplement them with good antioxidant supplements to keep our immune system strong. I hope you enjoyed this video, and please take care of your immune system.
Okay, so as you can see, you have a whole world inside of you. I'm not sure if any of you have seen Osmosis Jones. I can assume you have. So just think of that, for example. Like, when you see our ancestors work and you're like, okay, a lot of this stuff wasn't like, okay, well, who are these aliens? Who are these reptilians, these gods? Like, a lot of those things were creatures based on your biology. Like, you have to understand that. And when you look at like Egyptian hieroglyphs and the metal netter like that, then you're gonna see that, hey, Osiris means awakening, and Osiris civilized the land with the purple grape. What is in the purple grape? Resveratrol, tyrosine, which helps produce pigment cells and healthy and healthy everything. Basically, it just improves the immune system. It improves your ability to breathe. It improves everything. Like tyrosine is a very important base element that is basically in all green foods, living foods. Like when you cook your foods, you're basically eating killed nutrients. Like some things need to be steamed and potted and whatnot. I know that, but like cooking your kale all the time, you might not want to do that if you want the living nutrients inside the kale or inside the lettuce or whatever, right? And we only mess with romaine, not iceberg. So I just wanted to show you all of that before we got into the rest of the stuff. And I'm going to come back to the immune system after we address some more things. So we got the death toll, right? We saw the foods that can cause inflammation, which can assist in the coronavirus taking over the whole system because your immune system has a lining all through the body, right? And you need to activate something called, you know what, we'll get to that later. We'll get to that later. I want to get to the rest of this shit. And I was trying not to curse, but it's whatever. We gotta deal with this. Okay, I'm already on this one. Okay. Coronavirus, the global race to patent a remedy. Why is there a global race to patent something? Because to patent something, it has to be created by the person who's patented or the person who was given to that it got patented by. So let's see what it says, right? As a lethal coronavirus triggers a humanitarian crisis in the world's most populous nation, who owns the rights to a potential cure? The Bay Area's pharmaceutical powerhouse, Gilead Sciences, is first in line for a Chinese patent for its drug called remdesivir, which shows promise against a broad family of coronavirus. But now a team of Chinese scientists say they've improved and targeted its use. And in a startling move, have also filed for a patent. And you file a patent with the United States, which it says it right there. I didn't even read it yet. As the world braces for a pandemic, the contest for rights to the potential treatment is a test of global competition and cooperation during a trade war between two top economies. On Thursday, the World Health Organization announced 59,804 cases and more than 1,300 deaths. So this was a while ago. Almost all of the infected are in China. 15 are in the U.S., right? Okay, that's what they meant by U.S. Each side wants to be, but the United States is an international corporation, so everybody has to apply patents to them because they're part of the United Nations, which is why they keep talking about the world government, which we're going to get into in a little bit. This might be a very long video, so please be prepared. All right, each side wants to be the entity that came up with the treatment for coronavirus, said Jacob Sherko, professor of law at the Innovation Center for Law and Technology at New York Law School. This is not a knockoff of a Louis Vuitton handbag. What's at stake? This is the part that blew me. What is at stake? Potentially massive revenues and reputational luster for Gilead, the $93.4 billion Foster City-based company with 3,200 Bay Area employees. They didn't say lives are at stake. They said potentially massive revenues and reputational luster. There's another article that said they already invested $84 billion in vaccines. The vaccines consist of the coronavirus itself. They're telling you what's at stake is the money, not the lives. The pandemic is to hope your ass will get up and go get the vaccine so you can have the virus voluntarily. But they're gonna tell you, oh, it's a controlled substance. It's remade and extracted, and so it's not gonna. I'm gonna show you some herbs that can help you boost your immune system and boost something called the NRF2 system. Now I stand on the shoulders of my ancestors. R.I.P. Dr. Africa, by the way. That's one of the goats. Please go look up Dr. Africa, because I'm a youngin, so I'm gonna do the best I can giving this to you from my point of view, because pretty much this is all I do is study this information because I know what's coming. We're gonna get into some astrology as well, right? But look up Dr. Africa and look up my teacher, Dr. Inky, aka Minister Inky. I got a lot of this information from him. So I just want to make sure I put that out there so you guys can see some really good, experienced people that's really doing some work out here. Because a lot of these other people are they kooks. They telling people to drink Lysol because it has lysine in it, but you can get that from herbs, natural herbs. You don't need an extract. All you need to do is get the herbs from the right place, from the right sources, from places that have good soil, from places that have good water. If you're, getting sea moss, bladderwrack, and all of these different sea vegetables like nori seaweed and shit like that. So anyway, you want to understand this is about money. Like, okay, let me keep going because I'm gonna get ahead of myself, right? But as you see, right, stop it with the coronavirus curfew already. Self-imprisonment orders from panicky politicians are not a prudent way to flatten the curve. Now that sports have been effectively canceled, there is apparently a new competition afoot in this coronavirus cursed country. Politicians vying to see who can impose the most freedom-infringing clampdown in the name of flattening the curve. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy on Monday evening strongly suggested a statewide curfew between 8 p.m. and 5 a.m. with exceptions made only for emergencies and essential travel. What? Essential travel? People have to essentially travel all the time. What are you talking about? Anyway, whatever that means, right? Yeah, exactly. For now, this designation falls short of an official order, resting instead in the vaguely threatening legal zone of strong discouragement, though the government has literally promised more draconian steps in the future. Let me scan through this to see if the rest of this is even important, because this ain't it. Trust me. Widespread. Okay. Okay. I didn't organize some of this. God. Right, let me get to this first. Here's another one talking about a global race to patent a remedy. China seeks patent on Bay Area's experimental treatment. Profits are at stake. Again, profits are at stake. When you're reading this stuff, put yourself in their shoes. Everybody who's reading this stuff is getting scared, right? And when you think about it, you don't want to be how the person is who they're trying to affect is. You don't want to feel like that person. You want to shift your psychology and put yourself in their shoes. Okay, y'all not worried about lives, apparently. You were worried about the investment you made, which would be $84 billion to $93 billion, right? So you're gonna need people to get sick because you already invested, right? So what is this quarantine really about? This is where the confusion comes in. Everybody in the United States doesn't agree with everybody in the United States. You have different divisions. Of course, we know about Democrats and Republicans, but not all Republicans agree with all Republicans, and not all Democrats agree with all Democrats, right? It's a whole different game. You have some solid Democrats, not too many, but then you have obviously a bunch of corrupt Democrats, which is why Trump is exposing them. And I'm going to show you why Trump is exposing them. And I'm going to refer to a letter that was sent to Obama by the Pope because Obama fucked up. Not Obama himself, the Obama administration and the tutelage that was present through Obama, right? I don't like him for other reasons. Plus, the man ain't even really black. That's another issue. I'm gonna spell his name in the chat, but oops. I'm gonna spell his name in the chat, but I'm actually gonna show you his website, and he has a food list for you. Anything that's not on that food list, you should not be eating. Just based on the regimen for what your body should be taking scientifically. You eat what you want, but use the stuff on that food list to actually, I'll show you all now. We don't even need to read this, right? Look at this bullshit. Profits are at stake, not lives, right? Because we only saw 14,000. Goodness, I'm probably got the virus coming in my eye. I'm scratching my shit. No, but anyway, 40dayfruitfast.com, right? His website kind of, this is one of his websites. I think he has another one called the United Plates. I'm not sure what the other one's called, but anyway, you want to go to 40dayfruitfast.com, go to his blog. You said they're just showmen. That's partly true. That's a good statement. I'm gonna actually expound on that soon. I'm gonna get to that. See, he already got some stuff going on. Look, and this was March 16th. The home corona clinic. But what you want to go to is okay, for women, you can go to this one, Women's Health Blueprint, mucous membrane fast. So this is what is going to help you increase your mucous membrane, which will be the mechanism of your immune system and the NRF2 system. For men, you can just go straight to how to do the 40-day mucous membrane fast. But they both have the same, pretty much the same food list. They don't exactly have the herbs I'm going to show you. They're just based on the foods that you can buy from like regular stores and stuff. So without further ado, right? We're gonna close that out, and we don't need this no more. We already understand that their concern is with the $84 billion they invested, and probably invested more by now. And not only that, you have to understand there are a lot of other investments that are happening that aren't associated with or concentrated on the coronavirus, and after the coronavirus was announced. So not only are they investing billions, and I know I keep saying they, but just bear with me, right? And I'm saying they because all of these corporations are registered, and registered means to give up ownership to the United States. So they're all obliged to follow those terms and conditions. So they're also investing hundreds of billions of dollars in robot rappers. I'm dead serious. Let me show you. Robot rappers. And this, I promise you, this live is just getting started. I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just trying to make sure I'm there with y'all. Like, let me know if you're following me in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me know. If you have any questions, I'll probably try to throw them in there too, because I study a lot of different things. Hold on, rapping robots. Okay, we're gonna have to get to this later. This is off topic, right? But either way, like, they're investing in a bunch of different stuff, and they're realizing, hey, a lot of rappers are being killed, a lot of rappers are going down, and they know a lot of rappers are gonna die because of their lifestyles and their dietary habits. They drinking lean, they smoking whatever they're smoking, right, and they're dying. So they know that that's not gonna last that long, and they can tell all of this stuff had you can tell that all of this stuff has been planned out just by how a lot of it's lined up. Anyway, when you're dealing with the coronavirus, right, what you're dealing with is horizontal gene transfer. And Dr. Inky is the one who made a lot of this popular. He's going crazy. I promise, please follow that brother. So I'm going to go over some of this, right? So the coronavirus attacks your genetic information. It's called RNA. That is how your DNA is instructed, through your RNA. So if you get instructions, if your DNA gets instructions from your RNA, then all somebody has to do is create a virus that attacks your RNA to change the instructions. What is a virus? A host of information. A virus is a host of information. That means they can put genes in there like rat brains inside of vaccines and stuff. They're giving you a virus, and then they put it in your body, and then the virus then goes inside of your nucleus and changes your genetics. It mutates you and starts creating a life of its own inside your body, which is what you saw in the video with the coronavirus going crazy, right? But it acts on all of the other issues that your body already has. They already declared 99% of Americans malnutritious. Malnutrition causes inflammation because your body is hot, it's inflamed, it doesn't have water, it's not cooling down. It's inflamed, it's in hell, right? You want to get out of hell. You want to stop sinning. Whatever that means. We'll get into that another day, right? But we're going to stay on this coronavirus. But anyway, this is a government website. Look, COVID-19 is an emerging, rapidly evolving situation. Man, look, this is NCBI, United States National Library of Medicine. Widespread horizontal gene transfer from double-stranded RNA viruses to eukaryotic nuclear genomes. Horizontal gene transfer commonly occurs from cells to viruses, but rarely occurs from viruses to their host cells, with the exception of retroviruses and some DNA viruses. However, extensive sequence similarity searches in public genome databases for various organisms show that the capsid protein and RNA-dependent RNA polymerase genes from totaviruses and partitaviruses have widespread homologs in the nuclear genomes of eukaryotic organisms, including plants, arthropods, fungi, nematodes, and protozoa. And protozoa, those are the little bad guys that be going crazy in your body, right? PCR amplification and sequencing, as well as comparative evidence of junction coverage between virus and host sequences, support the conclusion that these viral homologs are real and occur in eukaryotic genomes. Now, I'm not going to read the rest because we got to keep moving, right? So what's happening is your genes are being transferred horizontally. So that means they're going in, changing, they're coming out anew. So you want to stop them from being able to do that. So you want to make your cellular life stronger. Like if you watch Naruto, you want to get your cells a Susanoo. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to go crazy. So now, DNA are microbiomes, right? Or viruses are microbiomes themselves. The microbiome is the genetic material of all microbes: bacteria, fungi, protozoa, and viruses. You have bacteria, fungi, protozoa, and viruses inside of your body that help you. And you have some that don't like you and they want to kill you, that live on and inside the human body. The number of genes, right, I could have just read it. The number of genes in all the microbes in one person's microbiome is 200 times the number of genes in the human genome. The microbiome may weigh as much as 5 pounds. Included classifications: bacteria, fungus, right? Okay, cool. So we know that we're dealing with the microbiome and that we need to basically increase the defenses. But notice that the microbiome actually has bacteria, fungi, protozoa, and viruses. You have natural bacteria, fungi, protozoa, and viruses. So your body basically has a part of it, these nasty viruses from the environment, but that is so your body has all of this information recorded so that when new foreign DNA or like new coronas come up, your body's able to be like, okay, we know how to deal with this shit. You know what I'm saying? We was with Osmosis Jones, right? We beating some shit up. So you're basically gonna see that it's all attacking your genes. Right? We're gonna keep moving on, though, right? Here's another global race to patent a remedy. I'm done with this. Here's why 5G and coronavirus are not connected. That's important. I'm not gonna get into this right now though, because people are bugging. Like 5G, okay, yeah, we all know that technology basically affects you adversely, and radiation is bad. But see, a vaccine is considered radiation. Inflammation comes from radiation. 5G can cause inflammation if you don't protect yourself. So you want to look up something called EMF protectors, energy magnetic fields protectors. So you can protect your magnetic field. But like, for example, like I got crystals around me. This is a EMF. This stops negative frequencies from affecting me. So by now, I'm pretty sure this is going around a lot. This virus is actually patented. That means somebody owns it. You cannot patent what you don't create. You have to create what you patent. That alone proves that this isn't a natural virus. It was induced inside of animals and then spread, which is probably why China was like, well, yeah, everybody's saying it came from Wuhan, but we saw United States soldiers over here before the spread. Okay. Abstract. The present invention. We called it an invention. Coronavirus. I'm done. No, I'm not done. But like seriously, like it's right there. The present invention provides a live, attenuated coronavirus comprising a variant replicates gene encoding polyproteins. Remember, proteins are information. Like you think you need proteins? No, you need amino acids and other nutrients. So you can build your own unique proteins because the protein is a coupling process that happens inside of the body that's created. And so are the enzymes. They are created in the body. You don't eat them. If you do eat them, what you're doing is eating foreign DNA. DNA that isn't made for you. It's made for the chicken or it's made for the cow. Like you're eating foreign information. So you have to understand, like, this is a game this is a political game, right? And I'm addressing politics because that's what's going on. They're getting people sick so that they can create bonds and contracts for them to make money and pull from your strawman account, your birth certificate account, which is worth damn near infinite credit, depending on how it's used, which we'll get into. Maybe not today. I might not get into the birth certificate and the redemption today, but or to, this morning or whatever. But either way, who owns this? Who owns the damn patent? Right. The inventors are Erica Bickerson, Sarah Keep, and Paul Britton. All right. So we got 3 names right there, right? And the current assignee for the virus would be Pirbright Institute. Who owns that? Bill Gates and his wife owns Pirbright Institute. Their agenda is to decrease the population. Did you all know Bill Gates is invested in blocking out the sun? Harvard scientists, and this is Forbes. This is Forbes, people. This ain't just like I'm showing you real websites. Like this is really happening. And we're gonna get into the astrology, some Bible stuff. We're gonna get into a lot of shit. Cause I prepared all of these links for you, and I want y'all to be able to like go do your own research. You could take this shit, run with it, make your own video. I don't care. Like for real. Like this is basic to me. Like I'm on some whole other shit. But I want to get this to people because I'm tired of people panicking and this shit is like really stupid. What you need to be doing is suing these people. And I'm gonna show you how you can sue them. Well, I'm not going to show you how, but I'm going to give you an impetus to sue, right? So, Harvard scientists begin experiment to block out the sun. Do I even have to read this? Like, are you serious? No, look, I called this the enemy, The Simpsons. Wow. Okay. I'm not even going to read the article. We're just going to play it.
Every school, the local tavern, the old age home. You must be very proud.
No, not one of my greatest nemesis still provides our customers with free light, heat, and energy. I call this enemy the sun.
Okay, we 46 minutes in. That's not too bad.
Since the beginning of time, man has yearned to destroy the sun. I will do the next best thing. Block it out.
Good God.
Imagine it, Smithers. Electrical lights and heaters running all day long.
But sir, every plant and tree will die. Owls will deafen us with incessant hooting. The town sundial will be useless. I don't want any part of this project. It's unconscionably fiendish.
I will not suffer your insubordination. There has been a shocking decline in the quality and quantity of your toadying, Whalen. You will fall into line. Now!
No, Marty, I won't. Not until you step back from the brink of insanity.
I'll do no such thing. You're fired.
Okay. You say you need me to talk about The Simpsons? Well, The Simpsons is a registered cartoon as well. Like they had to get on air, they have to be registered with the United States. So what is that? Like they gave up ownership. So if they're able to expose stuff like this, which by the way, you notice a lot of these different these news sources, they're incorporating a lot of so-called what they used to call conspiracy theories now because they want to act like, oh, it's becoming real now because they realize there's a lot of money in it. When there's money in it, they're gonna go in this shit. But this is real. Like they're really about to start blocking out the sun now. I don't want to get into no ethnical, racial shit, but at the end of the day, this is what it's about, right? So not only are they blocking out the sun, but you have to understand, white people dying faster. New York Times. Now, I'm sorry, white people, but this is what's going on. This is New York Times reporting this. Fewer births than deaths among whites in majority. Oh my God. Subscribe. Wow. I must have came here too many times already. Okay, either way. Fewer births than deaths among whites in the majority of the United States. Black people thrive on the sun, which is why the Egyptians used to revere, not worship, because we're not taking a ship to war, right? You know what I'm saying? They used to revere the sun for the fact that it sustains life. Now you got Bill Gates trying to block the sun off, even though our ancestors gave the other ethnicities a blueprint to survive. That's what we did for them. I'm not going to go too far into that. But that's why they're blocking out the sun, because they're trying to save themselves. And not only that, there's specific there are specific drugs that a lot of celebrities take that they need to basically find a remedy for, and they're like, okay, well, if we're going through all of this inflammation, right? You know, we're getting sick like this, then we need to do something, because it's about to become summertime. Like, there's notice that this is all starting to happen during the summertime. Excuse me, the springtime going into the summer, where the sun is about to start getting hot. It's 2020. Now, as far as the Mayans and even the so-called Ethiopians or Abyssinians or Nubians is concerned, their calendars are 8 years different. So the Mayans say 2012, and the Ethiopians or the Nubians or the Abyssinians say 2020. In the Bible and Revelations, there's something called a 7-year tribulation. Between 2012 and 2020 is 8 years, but right, bear with me. Okay, I'm actually gonna get to that on the astrology segment. I'm gonna knock that out. Okay, we're not dealing with this. This is some bullshit. Plus, it's different types of 5Gs. Like, they have different frequency levels, and you can protect yourself. All you gotta do is get diodes or EMF protectors. Look them up. Now, this is the actual PDF of the patent with it, and it has a barcode number. If your family is getting sick, you need to be figuring out exactly who is responsible for the spread of this virus, and you need to understand why you can sue, how much you can sue for, and go ahead and do that. The more people do this, the more we can stop Bill Gates from blocking the sun. And now it's becoming like an anime, like a damn movie. Like, we gotta go basically fight what people call the Illuminati, which is really not the Illuminati, it's the Incunabula, but that's another story. Anyway, I don't have to read none of this. Like, you can go look up the patent for the coronavirus. Like, I knew it was a patent before they even mentioned this shit, because I used to see like human coronavirus in the damn Lysol, because I just read labels. So I'm like, coronavirus, COVID-19, Soldier Boy voice, like, for real. Like, this shit is stupid. So now, why is it important that there's a patent? Like, why do I keep talking about that? Because if you can make a sickness and make it legal, then you can make a cure and make it legal. You can't make a cure. The reason why you can't cure something, that's a legal conversation. Now I'm gonna show you how that's a legal conversation, right? I'm gonna show you exactly how that is a legal conversation right after I rename these pictures. Oh god. Okay. Let me keep talking though. So when you patent something, you have to get it registered. You have to give up ownership. And who do they file it with? They filed it with the United States. What does the United States do with patent? They create a bond, and that bond is whatever the investment is worth, which would be, I believe, I'm not sure exactly how much this patent is bond, but I know they invested $84 billion or more by now into the cure, which is going to reflect this contract, because when you're dealing with contract law, it basically obliterates the Constitution. If you waive your rights, which is what a lot of our ancestors did, they basically gave up their freedoms and sovereignty for benefits from the government. The government was like, okay, well, you give us your freedom and we'll give you this, that, and the other. They collateralized them. So that's what the whole 1933 Great Depression was about. They basically was like, okay, we're going to take all the gold and we're going to give y'all fake money. And we're going to get into that in a minute, but you know what I'm saying? I hope this is all making sense. I believe I'm kind of rushing a lot of this stuff. I didn't really go into certain things like I thought I was going to go into. But I got time. Like, I don't do the jobs. I don't do none of that. I literally work 2 jobs for 2 days in my life. And I've been making money on my own fine enough and been able to survive for the most part. But it's about to get rocking, right? So what we're going to do now is look at the definition for cure in the Black's Law Dictionary, the 8th edition. because, you know, I like to read a lot of definitions and stuff, right? Okay, where is this at? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Cure. A goddamn cure. You said you got an itchy throat, blown flu today? I went to the doctor in January and got it like that afternoon. Whoa, you got the vaccine? Uh-oh. You got the vaccine? Okay. Well, if you got the vaccine already, I definitely need to talk about that, because you can rectify that as well, even though vaccines stay in your body for a while, but you're gonna have to do like a real detox. So look, cure. This is in the Black's Law Dictionary, 8th edition. I like, if you need any of these books, or you just need books and material, period, just hit me up on Facebook. I got you. Cure. A seller's right under the Uniform Commercial Code, that's what UCC stands for, to correct a non-conforming delivery of goods. What do they mean, correct a non-conforming delivery of goods? Oh, damn. Okay, cool. That's good. You ain't get the vaccine. But okay, you're going to see some herbs in here that you're going to need. Trust me. And if you go to, like I said, Dr. Inky, he's already made a compound for it. But this might be a little more pricey, but his compound is better than anything on earth. I can promise you that. Like, I've used it before. You know, I make my own, like, herbal mixes now. But anyway, let me get back to your digs. So notice they're referring to the UCC. Now, I know y'all looking at this definition and y'all probably like, okay, what is all this shit? The Uniform Commercial Code. Think about those 3 words. It's a code. It's under uniform. That means it's in alignment, right? It's got uniform on. It's official, so-called. And it's commercial. What is commercial? Commerce, money, or fictitious money, right? So what are they saying here? They're saying that a cure has to do with commerce. It has to do with uniform, meaning there can't be a cure before a disease or an issue, because it says to correct a non-conforming delivery of goods within the contract period. Now, remember, I told you the patent is a contract. You cannot you cannot patent what you don't create. I hope you get where I'm going with this, right? So, maritime law. Maritime admiralty law is military law. Law of the seas. That means it's not on the land. That means they've seized your land. So we're going to keep going, right? Restoration to health after disease or injury. Medical attention and nursing care during a period of convalescence. See maintenance and cure, maximum cure. Curative adjective. And the verb to cure, that was the noun. To remove legal defects or correct legal errors. The coronavirus by itself is a legal error. It's a patent. And now Bill Gates is like, okay, we have to fix this issue. He created the patent. He hired people to create the disease, most likely. What do you think is going on here? Now, when you hear, you know what? Okay. We're going to keep going. I'm getting in my bag now. To remove legal defects or correct legal errors. For example, curing title involves removing defects from title to unmarketable land so that title becomes marketable. Let me explain that, right? Curing title involves removing defects. What is the defect? The virus inside of you. So they're curing you, right? From the title to unmarketable land so that title becomes marketable. Now, when you go to the hospital and you get diagnosed with or if you get diagnosed with coronavirus anywhere, they're going to say, hey, you have somebody's property inside of you, in so many words through the contract that you're not going to read. You're just going to sign, hey, oh yeah, I need that vaccine, right? Oh yeah. I don't need that. I don't need none of that shit. That's what you're going to do. Except you're not going to think, hey, if the disease is patent, that means wherever the disease goes is where the property goes. That means they own a piece of you now. So that's why the United States is saying, hey, we're going to force people to take the vaccine. or not the United States, these different corporations that are trying to take over the United States, which Trump is exposing, which we're going to get into in a minute, right? Now, the virus is inside of you, right? That means you're owned. You have a piece of somebody else's property inside of you, and now they have a chance to curate you. They can collateralize you under the Uniform Commercial Code to remove legal defects or correct legal errors. That means if you don't comply, they can put you in jail or they can sue you because if they don't get their money the first way, they got to get their money the second way, right? I hope I explained the cure definition enough, and I hope y'all understand that a patent ain't really we don't like this patent, bro. We don't like this document. Let me see what y'all talking about. No, I just went okay. Okay, you got something else. See, if you got something else and then you contract coronavirus, then you got two issues attacking you. So you need to be taking some herbs ASAP. Like you need to be getting on your like everybody. This like to me, this is a blessing in disguise. I'm looking at the world like, oh, so we got Nagas finally getting into health. All it's doing is forcing everybody to get healthier. Like health ain't supposed to be corny. It's supposed to get us to a point where we can start inventing things to make life better instead of just going on dates and all this little cliche shit, man. We supposed to be flying and shit, like damn near like I'm flying, right? But what I'm saying is we supposed to be reaching plateaus of consciousness through health. That's what our ancestors was talking about, not no and think positive and all this other crazy shit. Like that's cool, you know, that's gonna assist in you getting in the right vibe and whatnot. But you need to actually get scientific with this. So we're gonna move on, right? As a matter of fact, hold on, do I got any other definitions I need to show you because there's a lot in here. Now, okay, yeah, we can get to this in a minute. Definitions, Okay. I believe I'm done with actually showing you what the problem is with the coronavirus, right? I believe so, right? So we know that it causes inflammation and it's an RNA disease. RNA instructs DNA. So now you're going to have coronavirus or the instructions that Bill Gates himself put inside of not himself, whoever he hired that created the virus, right? And then he patented or his institution patented. Now notice it says Per Bright Institute patented or signed for it. They're the assignee, right? But it's not Bill Gates. That means Bill Gates is protected. It's probably held in trust. That means if you come for Bill Gates, you might not really be able to sue Bill Gates. You would have to sue the corporation itself. So the corporation, United States already promised to handle all debts for corporations and for the people. So those rights apply to Bill Gates too. Oh, I'm getting sued, or the company's getting sued. Cool, discharge, no problem. But see, we need to do that so we can get money and we can stop it, because when that becomes public, he can't keep moving on this, or they can't keep moving on this. You don't want them to block out the sun because we're about to have important eclipses. This is where niggas gonna have to, get busy and really start understanding nationality and genetics, like for real. Like stop worrying about whether white people like it or whether black people don't like it, or whether like all that shit don't matter. We all need to understand this so we can all understand where we are and what our dispositions are in this world, so that we can operate cohesively, right? So they're crazy. And I heard a lot of people are seeing a bunch of planes going over spraying stuff and they worried. Some people said it's the actual coronavirus. Some others say that's the gas so they can actually do the blocking of the sun, or that's just them going crazy, right? So anyway, let's see what this say. Cell Science initiates development of immunotherapy to treat COVID-19 coronavirus infection using its patented LEAPS peptide technology. The technology is patented. So anybody who has nothing to do with the investment of any of these patents and they say they come out and got a cure, you can get sued. Because if you say you got a cure, that's basically you saying commercially that I have a document or a counterfeit to the patent. The cure is supposed to destroy the patent. It's supposed to destroy the disease, essentially, right? So if you create a cure, then you're getting money that they was trying to get. They wanted to make you sick so they can create a cure so they can heal it. and they got the legal right to it, the patent, like for real, the copyright. If you make a cure, you're saying, hey, I have a patent too. You're getting in trouble with that. You don't see the reason why you don't want to use the word cure publicly. You can, in regular terms among your people and shit and whatnot, you can say cure, just for the sake of it. But what I say is reverse or treat. I don't really like using treat either. Reverse the issue. Because to cure means it means to basically remove defects. It basically means to delete the virus. You can't cure the virus because you can't delete the virus outside of everybody and everything. It's that simple. You can reverse it outside of you and your family members and your friends, though, right? With the herbs, the natural remedies, and eating right and making sure you work out. Because if you don't work out, you're not going to exercise the muscles that actually move the damn water and the ingredients inside of your blood. Your blood comes from your bone marrow too. So anyway, I'm not gonna read all this either, but like all it is it's the flu. It's a rapid version of the flu. They keep comparing it to MERS, SARS, H1N1, and all of these other problems, right? Okay, yeah, they talk about the times it take, how long it lasts and all of that too. But we good. All right, so now we're about to start getting into the politics now. I wanted to show you the problem with the coronavirus because it's more than just, it causes inflammation and it's attacking the respiratory system. It's a deliberate attack on your ability to breathe so that you can be in panic, so that you don't even go look up this information and think of another solution. That's why I be on Facebook, or that's why you see me like kind of nonchalant about a lot of this stuff, because I understand the backing behind of it. Like when you get to that point, you're just going to be looking at people like, bro, sis. Anyway, now there was a lawsuit. This applies to all vaccines in the world, right? CDC admits in federal court they have no evidence vaccines don't cause autism. They have no evidence that vaccines don't cause autism. That means they're saying every vaccine can cause and probably will cause autism, whether it's right away, 10 years later, 20 years later. Look, this is truly a bombshell story when you understand the full implications of it, yet major media likely will not touch it. Headlines can read, in stunning lawsuits, CDC admits they have no evidence vaccines don't cause autism. But instead, crickets. Independent media organizations like CE are left to have to tell these stories and at the same time risk more demonetization for telling the truth that the public should know. Of course, we also know that since independent media reach has been cut, getting stories like this out is very hard and relies on you, the dear reader, to spread the word. Y'all are listening. It's like 4 people listening. It's early as hell. Look, y'all gotta spread this shit, man. Y'all gonna let them take your earth that your ancestors actually met. Like, your ancestors built the earth itself. And you gonna let them do this. Cool. As of March 2nd, 2020, this 2020, the CDC has admitted in federal court that they do not have any evidence proving that vaccines given to babies don't cause autism. For years, they claimed that the studies had been done. The evidence was clear and that there was a consensus. Vaccines don't cause autism. Yet this was a lie. The statement, I know I'm slurring some words. It's early. Vaccines don't cause autism. It's a lie. Like, this is Lou Rockwell. Look, man. This is a real case. An organization called the Informed Consent Action Network, ICANN, was instrumental in bringing forth this admission, as they stated in their own press release. In summer 2019, ICANN submitted a Freedom of Information Act, FOIA, request to the CDC requesting all studies relied upon by CDC to claim that the DTaP vaccine does not cause autism. ICANN also submitted this same request for Hep B, HIB, PCV13, and IPV, as well as requesting the CDC provide studies to support this cumulative exposure to these vaccines during the first 6 months of life do not cause autism. Despite months of demands, the CDC failed to produce a single specific study in response to these FOIA requests. ICANN was therefore forced to sue the CDC in federal court. That means you can sue them too. Where the CDC finally conceded in a stipulation signed by a federal court judge that it has no studies to support that any of these vaccines do not cause autism. I don't need to read nothing else. If any of you take that damn vaccine, I'm gonna virtually slap you. Now we gonna move on, man. Look. All right. Okay, cool. Now we got to the NRF2 system, right? I think this is the last segment I want to show you all as far as how to heal the body from any virus. Any. Dr. Sebi already went to court and proved that he can heal the virus just by explaining that, hey, put a man on his back for a month. I think he said let him only drink water, and you're gonna see clearly that disease is caused by the lack of oxygen. Need I say more? Because if you don't have oxygen, you don't have energy to defend yourself. Your cells don't have energy to defend themselves. Now, the NRF2 system, which is a part of the Keep One system and other systems, is something you need to activate. So if you have heart disease, you have it's all inflammation. You're inhaled. You're inflamed. You're on fire. Your ass is on fire. Like, look, activate your NRF2 system. We're going to see what that is right here. I'm going to take a sip.
Free radicals are naturally occurring molecules that can cause serious damage in your body. If free radicals are allowed to overwhelm your body's ability to fight them, they can adversely alter lipids, proteins, and DNA, triggering a number of health concerns. Fortunately, scientists have made a remarkable breakthrough that promises to give your body a natural aid in the fight against free radicals. It's called NRF2 activation, and according to researchers, it's a powerful process that stimulates antioxidant production and can wake up your body's ability to stay healthy. Understanding NRF2 activation begins with understanding how oxidative stress caused by free radicals affects your body. Free radicals are a natural result of your body's metabolic processes. Under normal circumstances, your body also produces antioxidants, which neutralize free radicals and limit the damage they can do to your cells. It's a bit like having a factory in your cells that produces enough antioxidants to keep the free radicals under control. But exposure to X-rays, ozone, cigarette smoke, inflammation, air pollution, industrial chemicals, and even exercise can overwhelm the body's natural responses to free radicals, allowing them to wreak havoc on your cells and your health. Over time, the damage to your cells and DNA turns off the power in the cell's factory, reducing our ability to create antioxidants and leaving us vulnerable to premature aging and health concerns. Fortunately, science has given us the ability to turn the power back on. NRF2 activation. NRF2 is a protein messenger that binds itself to DNA and is a master regulator of the body's aging process. Through the study of nutrigenomics, scientists have discovered that certain phytochemicals found naturally in foods turn on our ability to create antioxidants
Naturally in foods
and preserve health. Protandem is specially formulated with an optimal blend of these phytochemicals found in foods like turmeric and green tea. This patented blend is formulated to turn on the NRF2 biochemical switch that creates and releases the antioxidants your body needs to fight free radicals. And what do scientists say about NRF2 activation? In just the last 10 years, researchers have published more than 500 studies about the power of NRF2 to activate your body's natural response to free radicals. One recent peer-reviewed study from Washington State University calls NRF2 activation one of the most extraordinary therapeutic and preventative breakthroughs in the history of medicine. For more than a decade, LifeVantage has been a leader in developing effective natural NRF2 activation supplements like Detandem. We're excited to share the power of this breakthrough to create a healthier life for you and your loved ones for years to come.
All right, great. See, I think I'm doing pretty good on the time. I thought I was doing pretty bad, right? So we don't need that anymore. We're good. Now I want you all to peep. Brother Polite shared this a while back, and he showed this clip of the news showing how vaccines make you think backwards.
Well, now this is a story of an amazingly beautiful young woman. She was training to be a pro football cheerleader, and she got a flu shot. She says that shot has destroyed her chances of happiness. We told you about her story last time. Now Les Trent is with this woman for a first-hand look at what her life has become.
She's the beautiful cheerleader whose heartbreaking story is shocking the nation. 25-year-old Desiree Jennings showed me how she can't walk without twisting, jerky movements. But she walks backwards normally. Doctors say she has a rare 1 in a million neurological disorder that was triggered 10 days after she got a seasonal flu shot.
Started with me not being able to eat without passing out.
You couldn't eat without passing out. I visited Desiree and her husband Brendan at their home in Ashburn, Virginia, to see what their daily life is like. She has to go up and down stairs backwards because something as simple as walking forward can be dangerous. And here's the unusual part about the disorder. Take a look at this. Desiree can run just fine. It's only when she stops. You see, that's where the spasms start. Now you can walk backwards though, and it'll make it better, right? She runs with a normal stride, and as I ran with her, she even spoke normally. And now you can talk.
Yeah, it's weird. It fixes as soon as I start running.
You sound
I know, it's great.
you sound amazing. And then you stop, and that's enough. Desiree got a flu shot on August 23rd. 10 days later, she came down with what doctors have diagnosed as dystonia, a rare neurological disorder. Her jerking and twisting are the result of uncontrollable muscle contractions. There is no known cure. You all ready?
Yeah.
This is home video of Desiree as a beautiful bride when she married Brendan 2 years ago. And this is a photo when she was training to be a cheerleader for the Washington Redskins. Doctors say what happened to Desiree should discourage people from getting flu shots. But here's what the woman who's on the wrong side of being 1 in a million says. Running has to be a relief.
The only thing I have left.
The only thing you have left.
All right. I mean, like, should I, like the CDC said already exposed the fact that there is no proof that they don't cause autism. Now, you can have autism and not have any symptoms. Just keep that in mind. Or you can have the potential to activate it. You said it looked like an episode of the Boondocks. You know what? It's okay to laugh at a lot of this stuff because it's silly, and laughing is what's going to actually get us into a better emotion because a lot of this shit is stupid. Now, it's not funny that 14,000 people died, right? But it's funny that they can make all of this bullshit happen. All of this media, they can just go crazy and not teach people none of this stuff. Like, how come the news isn't mentioning the NRF2 system? Like, it's easy to mention it, you know what I'm saying? Like, but without further ado, we're gonna keep going. You know what? Before I go further though, let me actually address some of the herbs that you can take to deal with any of these issues, right? Okay, so you got something called licorice root. Excuse me. You got something called licorice root. It helps the immune system. Upper respiratory infections can be persistent and difficult to get over, but licorice root tea, or you just get licorice root because you can put it inside vegan pill capsules, or you can drink it in tea or put it in smoothies. It doesn't matter. Can quickly cut through the phlegm and mucus, soothing inflammation in the throat, which is where coronavirus is attacking, right? And giving the immune system a boost to eliminate the underlying bacteria or pathogen. Pathogen has to do with the genetics, the RNA, the DNA, the pathogen, the path of the virus. The antioxidants found in licorice root are also integral to the body's defenses against illness. Straight like that. Some of the, many of the licorice root benefits. Arthritis, it helps with that. Asthma, athlete's foot, baldness, body odor. And you can see the rest. I'm not going to, read all of them. Hepatitis, herpes, HIV, literally all of this. Menopause. So when when you ladies get to that age, here you go. Get licorice root. And get the root. The root to any herb is the best part of the herb. It's the strongest part. If you want to get like thicker, get maca root. Black maca root. Black maca root powder. Okay, yeah, right. So some more benefits for licorice root. Some of them I already mentioned. Licorice root protects the liver, enhances the immune system, and promotes the flow of bile and fat to and from the liver. Patients with hepatitis C were half as likely to develop liver cancer when injected with the licorice preparation because all of these problems end up turning into cancerous cells. That's really all they do. It's just they form into cancerous cells in different ways, which is why they have different names. It's all the same issue. Inflammation. It's just different types of fire. Inflammation. Inflamed nation. Right. That's the part I forgot. You got the inflamed part, and then you got the nation, even though it's an M, right? But inflamed nation. Your inner nation, your underworld is inflamed. So you need to usir, green the body, swage. That's what it was called. That's why he was green, because he greened himself with the resveratrol and the tyrosine inside of the plants, especially the grape. Anyway, now I made a post about dandelion. Like, this is just one herb alone that can help with the immune system. And you can look up all type of research. Dandelion, or Taraxacum officinale, is one of the most common herbs that grows wild in moderate climates all over the world. As a cleansing herb, dandelion root, remember the root, and leaves are natural detoxifiers and blood cleansers. Inflammation, blood, used by humans for centuries as a remedy for all types of ailments from hepatitis to skin disorders. Oh, goodness. Did not mean to do that. All right. Kalawala. Now, this is recommended by Dr. Sebi himself, and this is a herb from the Honduras. This is one of my favorite herbs because it helps with Alzheimer's. It gets to the root of the problem when it comes to the immune system, and it definitely activates the NRF2 system alone because it's highly electric. It is highly electric. Kalawala helps to balance your immune system. A real solution to autoimmune disorders is to modulate, not suppress like vaccines and other drugs, or inhibit certain cells from getting inside and certain nutrients. That's why you can't take certain herbs with certain drugs, because certain drugs stop certain nutrients from coming in, which certain herbs give you. Stop taking the drugs. I don't care what drug you're on. Find out what the hell is giving you. Figure out the side effects and look up the herbs that correspond with the effects that you need. Like, stop being lazy. Start. Like, just start. Start somewhere. Oh, okay. The activity of T cell ratios. Now, T cell or Treg cells, which are like immune system attack cells, which get out of control sometimes, like bad cops. Kind of like white blood cells become bad if they get overhyped. Like, yeah, we beating ass, we just gonna start taxing the system. That's what they get on. But you still need them to get rid of phlegm and all type of other shit, because they're also a part of the immune system. Immune modulation has the advantage that, contrary to immune suppression, very few side effects can be observed from regulating the immune system back to normal. It also offers the advantage over symptomatic drugs in that the symptoms reverse themselves. Remember I said use the word reverse on their own after the immune system has reached proper balance. And this is done treating the root of the problem and not only the symptoms. Kala Wala is also called Kala Wala with a C and with a G in the middle instead of the W. And its its botanical name is Polypodium leucotomos, which is right up there, right? Okay, it also offers the advantage over symptomatic drugs. It also offers the advantage over symptomatic drugs. Need I say more? In that the symptoms reverse themselves on their own after the immune system has reached proper balance, and this is done treating the root of the problem, not only the symptoms, which is what a lot of drugs do. You're like, oh, I got these little bumps on my face, I need to go get this cream, but the cream got like 30 fucking chemicals that's messing up all type of other issues. Seriously, they want to keep you sick so you can keep buying the cream. This is a herb that fixes the issue from the root and stops you from having the issue. Like, for example, there's so many women that have fibroid issues and or are lacking in iron. They're iron deficient, but that's because the iron supplements that you buy from your Whole Foods and these little weak ass health food stores, they're like, oh, iron supplement, 100% iron, whatever the ratio is. They don't tell you that you need zinc and copper and other, especially zinc. Zinc is what sticks shit together. But they don't tell you need all of these other minerals and stuff. So people are like, okay, I just need to keep getting iron for the rest of my life. No, you need to fix your immune system so that your body can properly produce this stuff and distribute the nutrients all into all of the right directions, right? So anyway, Kala Wala can help treat MS, lupus, psoriasis, vitiligo, and other autoimmune disorders, showing a high degree of success. It even has an OTC status in the European Union, which means that the medical doctors actually prescribe Kala Wala for these disorders. They call it Polypodium leucotomos. We also know exactly how Kala Wala works, but see, the Polypodium leucotomos, they extract it from the Kala Wala. I don't really like that. If you can find the right people who have the right stuff, go for it. But I say just go buy you some Kala Wala root powder. Like, you can get it from NutriCargo.com. I'm going to go ahead and type that in. Get Kala Wala from NutriCargo.com. They have it by the kilo for about $35. That's 2.2 pounds. Need I say more? All right. But yeah, it basically helps inflammation, right? Because, damn. I close it out. Because we're trying to heal the immune system. We're trying to get the immune system to work better. We're trying to make sure it does the right thing, right? So I just want, before I go into the really freaky stuff, I just want to make sure you all have a solution. So if you got to go to sleep right now, you can sleep well on your mind knowing that there's easy herbs. You're anemic? Okay, cool. Say no more. Hold on. Okay, this is another Kala Wala. Yeah, it helps with anemia too. Like, none of you should have none of those problems. You can get rid of that stuff in a month. You just got to don't play with yourself. Like, go crazy. Like, believe in yourself. And look up what our ancestors said about a lot of these herbs. Like, this is from the Honduras. They use this herb all the time. Like, they literally drink it. Like, this is one of the herbs that don't have a lot of side effects, and you can take all day, every day. You can give your children. You can give your grandparents to help get rid of Alzheimer's. You can take it for energy. I'm not gonna read all of this. You guys can like pause it and read it, because I pretty much just kind of went over it. But yeah, like the Egyptians even buried themselves with certain herbs. Like, I think the King Tutankhamun, or Tutankhaten, which was his first name, which is what his father gave him before the whole kingdom was taken over and shit by Horemheb. He was buried with mandrake root, which is another name for it is mayapple, and he was he was buried with mandrake root and buried with licorice root, like I just showed you. Need I say more? Look, this is the government telling you about Kala Wala or Polypodium leucotomos. You see, they called it by its botanical name. Like, okay, they got Kala Wala down here. Okay, they got it. I was gonna say, but either way, sometimes they don't give you like the popular name. They'll give you the botanical name because they be trying to put patents and whatnot on it. Now, this is a PhD, Brian Berman. The use of Polypodium leucotomus or kalawala, a species of fern, has been reported to be beneficial in the treatment of atopic dermatitis, vitiligo, and psoriasis, and for prevention of polymorphic light eruption, sunburn, and squamous cell carcinoma, like carcinogens from, cancerous cells and shit. We review, I think that's where it comes from. Excuse me, I might be tripping. Again, it's early. We review, what? I guess we review the vivo animal, in vitro human, and human clinical studies performed to help elucidate the actions of and biologic pathways affected by Polypodium leucotomos. These results serve as a scientific rationale and basis for the protection and effectiveness afforded by Polypodium leucotomos in cutaneous disease. Excuse me. Yep, it's from South America, basically Honduras. Right? I just wanted to show you that the government is talking about it. It's a government approved U.S. national. It's government because it's the United States National Library of Medicine. Now, I don't like calling it medicine. I like calling them herbs, but medicines are herbs like TCD. Excuse me, TCM. Traditional Chinese medicine. I'm all over the place. Look, now if you got herpes or some lame ass shit like that, that's another issue. That's too, like, they got that boy NBA young boy going, like, dude. All you got to do is look up the fact that chicken pox is a type of herpes. Everybody has herpes or had it, and 80% of the people on Earth have it because it's a touch thing. You can get it by touching people. What you need to do is make sure your immune system is right so your skin cells can have the protection as well, the electricity to just block out shit. I don't even need to read this. You all saw it, right? Look, this is dandelion. Anti-influenza virus effect of aqueous extracts from dandelion. So again, they took out the extract, but you can just take the dandelion root because the root has direct access to it. You also need chlorella, but get the cracked wall cell chlorella so you can get all the benefits. Because without cracked wall cell, you're not even going to get 15% of the benefits. Human influenza is a seasonal disease associated with significant morbidity and mortality. Anti-flu traditional Chinese medicine, TCM. There's another one called dragon's blood, sangre de grado, which is actually a Spanish term for dragon's blood, but it's Chinese medicine. I'm not even going to read all this. We're going to keep it moving, right? This is another government link. Now, Yellow Doc, you said, it's so interesting that you said you have anemia, right? A Taylor. Get Yellow Doc root. Here you go. Best herb for anemia. Yellow Doc root with the combination of dandelion root, this is why I put it next to it, so get both of these, is a traditional treatment of anemia. Its non-constipating iron has the ability to correct anemia in a matter of days. So you're iron deficient. You need sea moss, which has magnesium. It has copper, iron, zinc, gold, ruthenium. All of the metals you need to sustain the iron to correct anemia in a matter of days. There you go. It also helps with skin conditions like psoriasis. I don't even need, you know what I'm saying? Yellow dock root and dandelion root for you. You can put those two together. Alright, antioxidant activity of yellow dock fruit extract. Okay. The methanol extract of ripe Rumex crispus L fruits was evaluated for its antioxidant potential by assays for ferritic reducing antioxidant power. FRAP. DPPH, free radical. Remember, the NRF2 system has to do with the free radicals. Like when you take a puff of a cigarette or any smoke, you're increasing free radicals, which are bad for you, and they help viruses do what they got to do. I don't even have to read all this. Basically, you're seeing that antioxidants are high in yellow dock root, especially dandelion root. So those two herbs, again, we're going to keep moving. Now, this is an overview of the advantages of the Keep 1 NRF2 system activation during inflammatory disease treatment. This is what everybody needs to know. This is very important. I'm going to read the whole thing with this because this is very important. This is what your solution is, or this is the guy inside of your body. This is your Heru or your Mars or your sun that's going to fight for your body like this. And you also need to activate your stem cells, which is like the Nagas of the street. Like, I don't want to say the N word, but the real N word is Naga or Nagas. So yeah, I'm gonna say Nagas. Them the niggas of the body. Them the hood boys you want to give something to do. You need to give your stem cells something to do. So when you eating bad, you're giving them a bunch of bull. You basically giving them the hood to live in. That's what you're doing. Like, you got a whole city, you have whole countries living inside you. Like, for real, these cells inside of your body think for themselves and they know what you're doing. That's why they make you feel a certain way. Your body tells you what you need to do when you get a headache. It tells you what to do when your throat is messed up or when you can't hear or when you can't walk. It's telling you, hey, we need something done here. Look, inflammation can be defined as a protective immune response against harmful exogenous and endogenous stimuli. Nevertheless, prolonged or autoimmune inflammatory responses are likely to cause pathological states that are associated with production of inflammation, inflamed nations, like the nagas in your body. Oh my God. Associated molecules along with reactive oxygen species, ROS. Celts like ECH, associated protein, 1 nuclear, that's keep one factor, or in erythroid 2 related factor 2. That's NRF2. That's all that long ass sentence is keep one NRF2. Signaling provide, and I showed you a video on that, right? So you all kind of saw what it was doing. Signaling provides a cell protection mechanism against oxidative insults they called it insults. Oxidative, that would be coronavirus. When endogenous stress defense mechanisms are imbalanced. Understanding the roles of keep one NRF2 system in inflammation caused by various types of stimuli may aid in the development of new therapies. Recent advances there. Now, look. It says understanding the roles of the keep one NRF2 system in inflammation caused by various types of stimuli may aid in the development of new therapies. They're telling you that there's more research to be done with keep one NRF2 system because science has still not reached the peak in getting our bodies to operate the way they want it to operate, which they don't really want it to operate that well, right? Because they want to make money. Or certain divisions in the United States want to make money. Other divisions want to stop fake judges and fake corporations from giving you fake viruses. Like Trump, he's exposing fake judges and fake corporations. And I'm going to show you that. And I want to make clear the difference between public and private law so people can understand when you're listening to these public officials, you can understand what perspective they're coming from. Because a lot of people hear Trump say some shit like grab her by the pussy and oh, he's a misogynist. He's and I'm like, for one, when he says grab her, just like when Wayne says fuck the world with a long, you know what I'm saying? He's saying I'm gonna grab the system. And that's what he's doing. Now, if he was talking about a real woman, I mean, we ain't gonna get into all that. I ain't even finna say it. Okay. Anyway. In addition to the well-established ROS-dependent pathway, recent studies have provided evidence of the direct repression of the transcription of pro-inflammatory cytokine genes such as ILB, IL-1B, and IL-6, encoding interleukin-1B and interleukin-6, respectively. Further, the expanding functions of NRF2 have elicited interest in the development of therapeutic modalities for inflammatory diseases, including multiple sclerosis and sickle cell disease, which is another issue that is reversible. Critical issues and future directions. Despite progress in the understanding of molecular mechanisms supporting the roles that NRF2 plays during inflammation, the relationship between NRF2 and other transcription factors and mediators of inflammation still remain ambiguous. Further studies are required to address the effects of functional polymorphisms, and polymorphisms are, groups of genes in KEAP1 and NRF2 that modify susceptibility to specific disease-related inflammation. Comprehensive analysis in the future should explore tissue or cell type specific NRF2 activation to elaborate effects of NRF2 induction antioxidant redox signal. Keywords: keep one NRF2 information, right? Now what else we got? Okay, that's all for the herbs. Dandelion root and yellow dog root, mainly in Kala Wala. Those herbs are very good for inflammation. Chlorella, sea moss, bladderwrack, nori seaweed, kelp, and like so many other herbs. But like milk thistle, like it's just so many herbs. But those mainly is what it's going to help you keep your immune system right? So we want to go ahead and close him out of there. All right, now the U.S. wants smartphone location data to fight coronavirus. Privacy advocates are worried. I'm not about to read all of this. I'm going to scroll down for a glimpse, but you already got the link. So what I'm going to say about this is they're going to use, think about it, they're going to use phones to fight coronavirus. How can a phone fight coronavirus? For one, they can put chips inside of the phone that stop radiation, which assist again in inflammation, just like coronavirus. So now that they've come out with 5G, which is going to cause a lot more radiation and harm to the body, they have to come up with a solution for that. Which for me is like, why don't y'all start learning what nature has provided us and make the materials out of nature, so like our ancestors did, so that we're not adversely affected by artificial intelligence. Like, it's that simple. And again, you can go look up EMF protectors or diodes. You can put them in your car on your seat as pads. You can put them on your wrist. You can put them on your chest. You can put them on your phone, your jewelry, whatever you want to put them on. Or wear a bunch of crystals and look crazy. You know what I'm saying? Super conscious. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to go too far off the heap here, right? So anyway, right now this is where. How long are we? Dang, we already 101 minutes in, an hour and 40 minutes. Ugh, I haven't even gotten to the juice. But now that I'm done telling you all how to get rid of the issue, which you're going to have to go through a fast, and like that's why I gave you the link to Inky. Look him up on YouTube. He's Dr. Inky on YouTube. He's talking about coronavirus every day. Trust me, you'll get enough information with that alone. But I'm going to address some stuff that a lot of people aren't addressing. Now, this is where I get into my bag completely. An open letter to the President Obama before his meeting with Pope Francis. A full-page advertisement in the March 27, 2014 edition of the International New York Times suggests that President Obama carefully considered the religious freedom of all Americans when meeting with Pope Francis. The Pope owns the United States. The Pope is every president's boss. There hasn't been a Republican president since Abraham Lincoln. Now, the Pope knows where all of this is going. He knows that black people about to rise. He knows all of this, right? Because he understands who the Moors are, and he understands overstands who is who and his obligations. And he understands that his predecessors, the popes prior, created contracts that seized all of the people of the world's rights. And we're going to look at some law to show you that, some ancient law, like some 1600, 1215 law. You know what I'm saying? I believe in an America where the separation of church and state is absolute, where no Catholic prefect would tell the president how to act, and no Protestant minister would tell his. Oh, I can't really see this. Oh my God. Basically, it's just this is John F. Kennedy saying the Catholic Church should stop the presidents from making any moves, right? So that's John F. Kennedy. He's after Abraham Lincoln, the last Republican president, right? I think he was a Democrat. And we don't like the Democrats all too much because the Democrats are really the issue as far as a lot of this stuff is concerned, because they're the ones creating adverse corporations and collateralizing on debts and putting you in prison and trying to, get you to waive your rights and all of that. Now, not all Republicans are good either, right? But anyway, that's just a quote from Kennedy showing how the Democratic presidents don't like the Catholic Church overseeing them as far as what their decisions are. But now the Pope actually wrote a letter to Obama, and it was to address Obama. It was like, look, I know you're still a Democratic president, and I know you don't agree with everything the corporate owners want to do, but being that we're studying these black people, these ancient people, you need to let up and stop charging these people and stop suing them and stop putting them in jail for fictitious debt and fictitious crimes. For a crime to be committed, there has to be damaged property or an injured party. They're putting you in jail for not having a license and whatnot. This is what he's talking about, right? Anyway, dear President Obama, today you are meeting with Pope Francis, the leader of the Catholic Church, whose adherents number about 70 million in the United States by all accounts. Pope Francis seems like a very nice man, and he is our spiritual leader, but not our political leader. As Catholics, we appreciate his admonition to our bishops to focus on pastoral issues rather than on political ones. We find his emphasis on addressing poverty and prioritizing the needs of the poor and marginalized refreshing. As your constituents, we want you to hear the echo of President Kennedy's words as you meet with the Pope. Francis' interpretation of church teachings does not represent that of the majority of Catholics. So they're saying Francis is indifferent to other Catholics, especially on issues related to sexuality, reproductive health, and family life. The Catholic hierarchy may be a powerful political lobby the world over, but when religious arguments are granted sway over policy, the results can be catastrophic. Pope Francis is the head of a church that often seeks to impose its views on entire populations. Pope Francis is the head of a church that often seeks to impose its views on entire populations, Catholic or not. But the church's own declaration on religious freedom says that Catholics must respect the beliefs of people of other faiths and avoid any hint of coercion, meaning force, like martial law. In spreading their religious faith or practices, it tells us not to interfere with another person acting in accord with his or her conscience. The U.S. bishops have ignored these teachings on many occasions, most recently in their assault on the contraceptive requirement in the Affordable Care Act, a piece of legislation close to your heart. Mr. President, the Pope may offer you advice and guidance from his perspective, but we urge you to recall President Kennedy's eloquent expression of our belief that when it comes to public policy, the President and all American policymakers are accountable to Americans of every faith and of none. And they are bound by the ideal of religious liberty enshrined in our Constitution. Okay, good. We still live. We still going, right? And I'm recording a video. In case something happens to the live, I'm recording a video, so I'm gonna upload it. Now, okay. Basically, I wanted to show you this article first to show you that basically Obama's team was prepping him to meet the Pope and to get him to understand the Pope's point of view and the Pope's disposition, right? Because the Pope is the head of a church that often seeks to impose its views on entire populations, Catholic or not. And he already said that Francis is indifferent to other Catholics, but he's still the head of a church that seeks to impose its views on entire populations. Keep that in mind. Now, okay, this is a bunch of other stuff. Now, we're going to read the actual letter that the Pope himself gave or sent to Obama. And this is Civil Orders, July 4th, 2014. Now, look at the title, Civil Orders. Civil in Latin means contract. So we're talking about contract law, contract orders. He's addressing Obama and telling him about the contract and make sure he understands his obligations to his authority. This is the Pope telling Obama, look, you over here signing all of these martial law bills and whatnot for just in case, according to Obama. And I know I'm going in on Obama because I don't really like Obama for multiple reasons. And when I say I don't like Obama, I'm talking about public Obama, corporate Obama. I don't really know that man privately, so I'm not talking about private Obama. He's whatever, but he has said some things that have exposed certain things, but it kind of went over a lot of people's head. But anyway, unified main common law grand jury. Now we ain't gonna read all this extra stuff, but Psalms 89:14. Justice and judgment are the habitation of thy throne. Mercy and truth shall go before thy face. Civil Orders, July 4th, 2014. Now, this is before Trump is president, right? This is going to show you why Trump criticizes Obama the way he does. I was going to say something ghetto. Now, issued to all members of the domestic police forces, U.S. Marshal Service, and Provost Marshal, members of the American Bar Association, which is where a lot of these attorneys and judges get their so-called license, but they're not licenses. They're just membership cards. They're not licenses. They're not really licensed to do anything. Like, they're posing. They're imposters. And the American Armed Services. These organic American states of the Union, known as the United States of America, major, exercising plenary civil power upon the land, hereby appoint General Carter F. Ham to lead and command the Grand Army of the Republic, GAR, and its successors under the guidance of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and with their full support. What does this mean? Organic American states aren't the incorporated American states. So the United States of America, major, is really the American states because it's not the minor states, right? And the minor states are the same, but not the same. Should it become necessary to suppress commercial mercenary forces operating under the guise of being federal government agencies, including but not limited to the Department of Homeland Security, the Federal Emergency Management Administration, the Internal Revenue Service, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, etc., General Ham shall assume immediate command and control of all armed forces and services owed to the United States of America, major, stationed in North America, and shall join them under his command as the Grand Army of the Republic. All forces of air, land, and sea are to be employed. This is the Pope telling Obama, look, we're going to put a Republican back in charge on behalf of the people. So the Pope knows the United States, his corporation, or the corporation that was passed down to him by the prior popes, is at stake and it's on fire. Like, they're in trouble. This is why they're making all of these moves and trying to make sure they do what they can so they can get out of Dodge after this shift happens, right? When you see them say the United States of America major, they're talking about the American states. The United States and the American states are two different things. American states are the actual land, the soil that we live on. You're an American citizen. You're an American national. You're not a sovereign citizen, though. Don't let them get you with that one. That's an oxymoron. We'll explain that in another video. But the American state is what you live on. You're an inhabitant of America, in America. Now, you want to be careful with the word of, because in law, or in even layman's terms, of can mean without. It's substantive for without, meaning the United States without America. City without Chicago. City without Los Angeles. They're a corporation. When you hear that word of, you got to be careful. But see, they use the United States of America. That means the United States without America. But they put major right there to indicate that they're talking about the American states. So don't get my explanation confused with the of. The fact that they put major right there means he's making sure that Obama knows what America he's addressing or what United States he's addressing, right? So he's telling them, look, we're going to appoint this new, or not new, I don't know if he was new, but we're going to appoint General Ham, who is a Republican, as the leader of all of these forces, right? And they're going to make sure that the armies and all of these other institutions work on the behalf of the people instead of behalf of corporations like Bill Gates corporations or fictitious judges or City of Chicago corporations that are suing the people illegally. And the only reason they can is because people do it and accept and pay. Like when you pay it, that means you're accepting the terms. You're supposed to argue the terms. No, you don't argue. Excuse me. You're supposed to deny the terms right out. Anyway, any cost or loss suffered as a result of deployment of the Grand Army of the Republic shall be charged as stipulated prior. All efforts shall be made by the Grand Army of the Republic to spare life and property while undertaking any action whatsoever within the states of the Union without exception. The GAR is uniquely enabled by these orders to operate on the land of the 50 natural states, for the purposes of securing the lives and property of the American states and American state citizens. That's all good. The GAR is not a foreign army and is composed primarily of American state citizens. So they're saying just because these corporations like the U.S. Marshal Service or the American Armed Service are corporations, they're still supposed to work on behalf of the people. So what that's saying is the GAR is not a foreign army and is composed of primarily American citizens. They're saying actual Americans who live in the land are working for a corporation. It's that simple. If required to take field position, the local commanders shall make every effort to communicate the basis of their authority and the reasons for their presence on American state soil to ensure prompt cessation of hostilities and a widespread understanding of the usurpations and acts of fraud which have led to any conflict. All parties must be brought to understand the nature of the federal government, the limitations of its authority, and their own obligations to act in favor of the organic states of the Union. The Grand Army of the Republic shall continue to operate under General Order 100, known as the Liber Code, extant from the pen of the last Republic President, Abraham Lincoln. Remember, this is the Pope's word to Obama. He's telling Obama, look, lay off of the people. Stop messing with the people. Trump is obviously Republican. Obama's Democratic. The Republic is the people. We the people, the Republic. The Democrats are those who were in the North in the Civil War who were trying to collateralize you and make you a debt obligation. Or make you obligated to pay off their debts, which is why they charge you $1,500, $2,000 bonds for not having a license and crazy shit. So you have to understand the Democratic role here and why they want to promote Planned Parenthood or why they want to help feminists and LGBT. And, you know, I don't have nothing against the livelihood of these people, but these people don't understand they're working for a corporation that is actually against them and adverse to the rest of the world. So we're going to continue. No orders, executive or otherwise, issued by Barack Hussein Obama pretending... Let me slow that down. No orders, executive or otherwise, and the executor is an administrator, right? An administrator is not an actual authority over living. It's authority over a corporate. Corporate, short for corporate, means dead. It means you're talking about a dead person, a corporation. Now look, no orders, executive or otherwise, issued by Barack Obama pretending authority on the land of the American states while operating as President of the United States Corporation, nor as President of the United States of America Minor, are owed any performance by the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Ham, or any ordinary. Obama was a pretending authority on the land of the American states while he was operating as President of the United States Corporation. Do you need proof that the United States is a corporation? No problem. 28 USC 3002. This is Law Cornell. This is their university. Now, this is 28 United States Code, subsection 3002, definitions. This is a United States Code. Council for the United States means, Now you go to 15, number 15A. United States is a federal corporation. This is at Legal Information Institute, Cornell Law School. Open access to law since 1992, and you Nagas ain't read it yet. Anyway, Mr. Obama is the president of a governmental services corporation under contract to provide stipulated services to the organic states and is on their payroll. He otherwise acts as a foreign dignitary representing the United States of America minor. Now they're calling it minor because this is the de facto state. De facto meaning not real but still existing somehow. So it's the shadow government, basically. He's the president of a shadow government that is adverse to the people, the republic. That's why Trump is firing at his ass, and why you guys are mad at Trump because he's white or whatever, and he says racist. No, he's not. Show me every clip you can find of Donald Trump, and I'll tell you exactly what he's talking about. Y'all not reading this stuff. Shit, okay. In either of these capacities is he allowed any granted authority to impose upon American state citizens. Neither one of them. So if he's a part of if he's a president of the real state or the de facto state, he has no authority to impose. He has no right to impose authority over the American state citizens. That means living state citizens. Not people not wards of the state, which are slaves, 14th Amendment citizens. I'm not trying to get too political, but anyway. Okay, cool. Okay. Getting in my bag. In neither of these capacities is he allowed any granted authority to impose upon American state citizens, endanger American state property, like your car, which they keep registering over to the state so they can keep putting you in the court, or command mercenary forces on American state soil, however veiled as federal civilian service agencies. Now, I have actual court video where I'm actually telling the judge, look, I'm not with all of this paying for this. I'm not doing this because House Joint Resolution 192, Public Law 7210, or 7310, Public Law 4242 statutory, is where the United States promised to discharge all debts, so I should not be paying no debts. Yeah, they didn't promise to pay for everything, but that's why I'm gonna teach you all to have the ability to go into debt, so you can then discharge the debt, and then you'll realize you won't even be using money other than like filing fees and mailing. But anyway, we require the Joint Chiefs of Staff and General Ham to commence measures to disarm federal civilian agency personnel and to seize control of the vast stockpiles of arms which have been improperly amassed by the Department of Homeland Security, FEMA, and other agencies employed by the United States, which again is a federal corporation. You're only putting you in there to quarantine you so they can get out of Dodge, which is what I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you what the United States is scared of, and I'm going to show you what these celebrities is afraid of. Okay, the only federal agency allowed free egress on the land of the American states is the United States Marshal Service, and then only when their personnel are engaged in their duty to protect the United States, mailed and sworn to act as constitutional officers. All other federal agency personnel are limited to unarmed service until further notice. We direct the Joint Chiefs of Staff to communicate these first two general civil orders directly to Mr. Obama, the members of the U.S. Congress, the administrators of all federal agencies. Notice they call them administrators, not authorities. The members of the Supreme Court and those acting as governors to compel their rapid understanding and cooperation. We're almost done with this one, y'all. Well, not really, but we got to get through this one. Any expense or damage incurred by these organic states or any American state citizen as a result of actions undertaken by any federal agency personnel acting as armed mercenaries on American state soil will be understood as the result of violent crimes committed against the peaceful inhabitants of the land and will incur immediate judgment liquidating the assets of International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the Federal Reserve. They put Federal Reserve in caps because it's a federal corporation owned by the United States, in payment of the stipulated reparations. Let's deal with reparations. Now, certain groups like LGBT and other people that you wouldn't imagine would get reparations are getting them because they all politically agree that they've been harmed by some of these corporations. That's why they had to create all of these scenarios to where they spoke out about what bothered them, and they proposed as if the United States was inhibiting them from, you know, having their liberty. But I ain't even trying to get into all that, because so-called black people need to get on this too politically, but we can't call ourselves black politically because they created a rendition, or they created a situation where black actually means death, and I'm gonna actually show you that. That's what I need to show you. Let's stop for 1 second and read this. This is also in the Black's Law Dictionary, 8th edition. Black codes, his antebellum state laws enacted to regulate slavery. Laws enacted shortly after the Civil War in the ex-Confederate states to restrict the liberties of the newly freed slaves, to ensure a supply of inexpensive agricultural labor, and to maintain white supremacy. Clearly, leaders of the Old South who survived the war were in no mood for racial equality. It was a bitter enough pill that the slaves were legally free. There was no inclination. I think I went off. Did I go off? Let me know if you all can hear me. I believe I went off. What the hell? Okay. Oh, okay. I think I'm still on. Yeah, I'm okay. I don't know what happened. Goodness. Anyway, I guess we still rolling. I guess we still rolling. So let me make sure we're good. Let me just make sure. I got people trying to come in my room, disturb me. All right, I'm gonna keep reading. Though. I think I'm looking at my YouTube, and I think everybody can still hear me. I need somebody to like type in the chat and let me know though. But anyway, any and all corporate offices of the United States or any successor organizations. Well, I skipped some. Okay. You know what? I don't need to read all this. Look, this is the actual fingerprint, the seal, and all of this, right? Like, come on, man. It's real. Just read it as you know what I'm saying. I scroll up and down because I want to keep going. I actually think I need to go over this document separately in another video because this is a lot. Now, this is what Obama did in 2012, which is why the Pope had to address Obama. The National Defense Resources Preparedness, remember, just in case, I'm thinking the mic over here, just in case, Executive Order 13,603, is an order of the President of the United States signed by President Barack Obama on March 16, 2012. The purpose of this executive order is to delegate authority. Remember, he doesn't have the authority to infringe on the people's rights, right? But he did it, which is why the Pope was like, hold on, bro. Hold on. Do you know what time it is? All of these so-called gods coming back and whatnot, they're talking about us. That's why Bill Gates finna block out the sun. That's my bro. Sis, put two and two together. Why do you think they study melanin so much? Now, everybody has melanin. I'm tired of people saying white people don't have melanin. No, there's two different types of melanin. You have U melanin, or it's three different types. U melanin, which is what the white people have, Caucasians, whether they're Mongoloid, mulatto, or whatever, all of them have pheomelanin, which is based on sulfur. So-called black people, or Africans, have eumelanin, which is based on selenium, and very highly supported by copper. So anyway, the purpose of this executive order is to delegate authority, which again he does not have, and address national defense resource policies and programs under the Defense Production Act of 1950. Executive Order 13603 provides the framework and authority for the allocation of appropriation of resources, materials, and services to promote national defense. I'm not going to read anymore. You all can see the rest. So now I want to show you this. They're sending all of this shit
headed towards Chicago
right now to Chicago.
Holy
Look.
shit. This is... Chicago's about to go on lockdown.
I'm not playing with y'all. I told you I was gonna bring that word. Like, this stuff I've been sitting on for a while. Like, this is the newer video, but like a lot of this information I've known for years.
Look how long
And
that
I've just been watching everything. Like, when you know the source of what, excuse me.
I had at least 30 seconds before I turned my phone on to videotape this. For all of you that are watching this now. Wow.
Okay. I'm gonna close that out. So this is another document, but I don't have time to go over this, right? But this is about Morocco, peace and friendship. Treaty sealed by the Emperor of Morocco, June 23rd, 1786, and delivered to the American agent of Morocco, June 28th, 1786. Additional article signed. To all persons to whom these presents shall come or be made known, whereas the United States of America and Congress assembled by their commission bearing date the 12th day of May, 1784, thought proper to constitute John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, and Thomas Jefferson their ministers plenipotentiary, giving to them or a majority of them full powers to confer, treat, and negotiate with the ambassador, minister, or commissioner of His Majesty the Emperor of Morocco concerning a treaty of amity and commerce, to make and receive propositions for such treaty, and to conclude and sign the same, transmitting it to the United States and Congress assembled for the final ratification, and by one other commission bearing date the 11th day of March 1785, did further empower the said ministers plenipotentiary, or a majority of them, by writing under their hands and seals, to appoint such agent. This is just a treaty between the Emperor of Morocco and the United States to protect the people from their Roman laws. So I want you, I'm not going to go through all of this, but you can look it up. It's just the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, and you're going to see it's a PDF that's available. It's 8 pages. That's too long to go over right now because we already like, okay, great. You all can hear me. Yeah, so now I just want people to understand, yeah, it's a problem between white and blacks, but the problem stems from ignorance. At the end of the day, like, we need to understand where we all are positioned at, and we need to be responsible with who we are in respects to one another. So when you understand that, you understand that all of this isn't about stopping this people from doing this above other people. Like, it's not about that. Everybody can have their own sector. There's more than enough people on Earth. The Earth sits on structured waters regardless. So people talking about we running out of resources, shut them up, because water keeps coming up and it keeps creating new nutrients and new plants and animals and all type of stuff. Not new animals, but you get what I'm saying. But anyway, we're going to keep moving forward. This is what Obama says about Morocco.
I also know that Islam has always been a part.
This is good on Obama, though, because he didn't really have a lot of room to maneuver, so I'll give him that much. But a lot of stuff that I believe he could have got out of there.
I also know that Islam has always been a part of America's story. The first nation to recognize my country was Morocco. In signing the Treaty of Tripoli in 1796, our second president, John Adams, wrote, "The United States has in itself no character of enmity against the laws, religion, or tranquility of Muslims." And since our founding, American Muslims have enriched the United States. They have fought in our wars, they have served in our government, they have stood for civil rights, they have started businesses, they have taught at our universities, they have excelled in our sports arenas, they've won Nobel Prizes, built our tallest building, and lit the Olympic torch. When the first Muslim American was recently elected to Congress, he took the oath to defend our Constitution using the same Holy Quran that one of our founding fathers, Thomas Jefferson, kept in his personal library.
Okay. All right. So we're getting closer and closer, right? Now this is funny. Now we established that the United States is a corporation, a federal corporation at that, right? And it is adverse to the American states, depending on who is in control of the United States. And it's been a bunch of Democrats, right? But look at this Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance was written in August 1892 by the socialist minister Francis Bellamy, 1855 to 1931. It was originally published in the Youth's Companion on September 8, 1892. Bellamy had hoped that the pledge would be used by citizens in any country. In its original form, it read, I pledge allegiance to my flag and the republic for which it stands, one nation indivisible with liberty and justice for all. I like that one. In 1923, the words, the flag of the United States were added. And that's 10 years before the United States went bankrupt during the Great Depression and sold you all out and collateralized you and made you debt instruments, birth certificates, and stock numbers, which is social security numbers. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. So and now it's like pompous about the republic. Like it's, oh yeah, we gonna pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States, which has the gold fringes, and maritime flag, which is the war flag. And we gonna rock with the public for which it stands, though. Like changing certain words and certain quotes, you gotta understand their perspective with this shit. One nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For who? I don't even gotta read the rest. Like y'all go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on now. Go look up the link. It's right up there. Now we got videos. All right. Now you probably asking, okay, well, how did all this law stuff happen? Like, how did we even get to this point? Where did this shit start? It started in 1215 when when everybody was fed up with all of the English kings and stuff. Just basically just doing what they wanted, killing people for stupid reasons like not liking what they said and shit like that. We're gonna see how this started, right? So you need to understand what the Magna Carta is, and Jay-Z has a whole series of albums called the Magna Carta, right? Or maybe one album. I don't know. I ain't thinking about Jay-Z right now, but either way, Jay-Z knows what's up. That's why he keep telling everybody to be business owners. And actually, well, he didn't say this, but you need a trust. Everybody needs an irrevocable trust, not revocable. You can have a revocable trust and then put it in an irrevocable trust. And if you're smart, then you'll know how to make sure you can transfer your assets to yourself by having control over the trustee, which would be your straw man, which you're going to make. And, you'll have control over your estate that the United States created. That's another story, though. Everybody needs to do that. That's not a question. Like, if you don't do that, you're going to end up being in one of those FEMA camps. And you're going to be like, well, you didn't disagree with the birth certificate, so you got to bring that ass.
This may look like a plain, unassuming piece of parchment, but it's actually one of the most famous documents in the world. Magna Carta, meaning the Great Charter, has inspired people across the centuries, from Thomas Jefferson to Mahatma Gandhi. But why was the Charter originally created, and what does it actually say? Let us take you back to medieval England. It's the year 1215, and the ruler is King John. Many people believe that King John was one of the worst kings in history. He imprisoned his former wife, he starved his opponents to death, he allegedly murdered his own nephew, and pulled the beards of the Irish chiefs. King John had imposed heavy taxes on his barons in order to pay for his expensive foreign wars. If they refused to pay, he punished them severely or seized their property. The barons demanded that King John obey the law. When he refused, they captured London, and John was forced to negotiate. The two sides met at Runnymede in June 1215. The result of the negotiations was written down by the king's clerks into the document we know as Magna Carta. Although most of the Charter's clauses dealt with medieval rights and customs, Magna Carta has become a powerful symbol of liberty around the world. The most famous clause, which is still part of the law today, for the first time gave all free men the right to justice and a fair trial. No man shall be arrested or imprisoned except by the judgment of their equals and by the law of the land. To no one will we sell. However, this clause was not as liberal as it sounds. The Charter only applied to free men. The vast majority of people in 1215 were unfreed peasants who were ruled over by their landowners. And although Magna Carta was intended to create peace between King John and his rebellious barons, England was plunged into civil war after the popes declared the Charter invalid. When King John died of dysentery in 1216, 9-year-old Henry III took to the throne. To keep the peace, Magna Carta was reissued several times during the 13th century, until it was finally made part of English law. Magna Carta has lived on for 800 years and is echoed in the United States Declaration of Independence and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Perhaps Magna Carta's most important legacy is that everyone, including our leaders, must obey the law. What started out as a document of specific complaints from a group of barons has turned into an international symbol of liberty, without which we might not have the rights we value so much today.
Excellent. Now I'm going to play one more about Magna Carta. So 800 years of Magna Carta. Remember, it was 1215. That was, excuse me. Remember, it was 1215 that this initiated, because there was tyrant kings all over the place, especially King John, as you saw. Yeah, we've had the Magna Carta. It's been in use for 800 years. It's been implemented in, like it showed, the Declaration of Independence, the Universal Human Rights, or something like that, the Declaration of Rights. This is what can be used in exhibits when you sue these corporations, because they have case laws that prove these corporations are harming you. So you can use the case law, the Magna Carta, and what I'm about to show you to substantiate your argument. And to argue means to make clear in Latin. You're making clear the facts. It's not that you just file some paperwork and I'm gonna win. No, you have to go in there and talk. Matter of fact, yeah, let me see. Let me read this. This is a maxim of law, and it's a principle that you have to follow, or you're like all law, or Allah, whatever, the religious version of is based on natural law. Like, it's based on science. Like, all of this is scientifically based. Like, if you do something, this happens. It's science. In commerce, for any matter to be resolved, must be expressed. Hebrews 4:16. Let us therefore come boldly unto the throne of grace, that we may obtain mercy and find grace to help in time of need. Galatians 4:6. Be careful for nothing, but in everything be by prayer and supplication with thanksgiving let your requests be made known unto God. Ephesians 6:19-21. And for me, that utterance may be given unto me, and that I may open my mouth boldly to make known the mystery of the gospel, for which I am an ambassador in bonds, that therein I may speak boldly as I ought to speak, but that ye also may know my affairs and how I do Tychicus, or whatever, a beloved brother and faithful minister in the Lord, shall make known to you all things. No one is a mind reader. You have to put your position out there. You have to state what the issue is, to have someone to talk about and resolve. Legal maxim. He who fails to assert his rights has none. That means millions of Americans who do not assert that they don't agree with the vaccine have no rights. So, coronavirus constitution. Hold on, let me see. Look. Now, how is this going to happen? DOJ wants to suspend certain constitutional rights during coronavirus emergency, and it's not no damn emergency. Their emergency is the panic. I don't have to read the rest of this. They trying to put a lien against your rights. You have unalienable rights. Now let me show you something else. And when I say, okay, you probably don't even know what a lien is. A lien is a security that attests to some collateral. But let's see, right? Case law. There can be no sanction or penalty imposed upon one because of this exercise of constitutional rights. Come on now, stop playing with me. This is case law. Scherer versus Cullen. The word traffic is manifestly used here in secondary sense and has reference to the business of transportation rather than to its primary meaning of interchange of commodities. I don't think that's what I was looking for. He was not a citizen of the United States. He was a citizen and voter of the state. One may be a citizen of the state and yet not a citizen of the United States. That's McDonald versus the state. All right. Let's see. There's something else that was important. What was it? I want you all to read some of these definitions too. They might blow you. But until then, I need to find... Where is it? We don't have time for this. Okay, cool. You see Constitution, right? The term Constitution, when used here in the writing, may also be represented by the term Charter, and as such, the terms are interchangeable. Now, Constitution and Charter are interchangeable. Keep that in mind, right? I'm not sure if it mentioned it, but either way, they can't put a lien on your rights. So what are they doing? Like, really, what are they doing? What are they doing? I had to show you that. I thought I had that up, but I didn't. But here we go. You ready? Oops.
This may look like a plain, unassuming piece of parchment, but is actually one of the most famous documents in the world. Magna Carta, meaning the Great Charter.
Oh, wow. I'm playing the wrong video, aren't I? Or no, it didn't actually go to this video. Wow. Okay. So you gotta pay attention.
This is the story of an 800-year-old medieval document known as Magna Carta, or the Great Charter. It's one of the most famous documents in the world. But how did this old piece of parchment become such a powerful symbol of our rights and freedoms? Magna Carta was granted in 1215 and established for the first time that everyone, even the king, had to obey the law. When Magna Carta was printed for the first time, it became the first law that all English lawyers studied. But many people didn't realize its significance. Shakespeare wrote a play about King John in which he failed to mention Magna Carta. In the 1600s, English lawyers used Magna Carta to challenge King Charles I. At this time, the king could ignore Parliament and imprison anyone who opposed him. Inspired by Magna Carta, Sir Edward Coke wrote the Petition of Right, which set out to limit the king's powers. Around the same time, Magna Carta was taken overseas to America by the first British settlers. Many American colonies based their own laws on Magna Carta. Then, in the 1770s, the Americans fought for independence from Britain. Magna Carta became a symbol of American liberty, and its principles were echoed in the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights. In 18th century Britain, Magna Carta was used to protest against the censorship of the press. At this time, people could be imprisoned without trial for criticizing the king.
Now notice it was brought back up in 1600 and 1800, and I'm going to address the 1600 one. The 666 year. It was made in 1666. I'm not going to tell you what it is yet, but...
When newspaper publisher John Wilkes was arrested for insulting King George III, he used Magna Carta to fight for his freedom. He claimed that ancient English liberties were under threat. Wilkes's campaign showed Magna Carta on everything from posters to teapots. You could say that Magna Carta went viral. In the 1800s, very few people had the right to vote in Britain. A nationwide movement of working people known as the Chartists, inspired by Magna Carta, created a people's charter to fight for all men to have the vote. Then, in the early 1900s, the suffragettes used Magna Carta to argue that all women should have the right to vote too. Increasingly, people across the empire argued for rights equal to those of British citizens. Gandhi fought successfully for greater freedom of Indian settlers in South Africa. He described the resulting document as the Magna Carta of our liberty in this land. In his famous speech from the dock, Nelson Mandela declared his admiration for Magna Carta and for Western democracy, which he contrasted with the oppressive South African regime.
Me and Nelson Mandela got the same Sagittarius ascendant and Scorpio moon. That's one of my favorite political leaders. Just a fun fact.
Perhaps the most significant influence of Magna Carta today is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Written after the atrocities of World War II, the Declaration states that people around the world are protected by fundamental human rights, regardless of their citizenship, race, gender, or beliefs. Eleanor Roosevelt famously said that the Declaration may well become the international Magna Carta of all men everywhere. Although very few of Magna Carta's original clauses remain valid in English law, it continues to inspire people worldwide. Not a bad legacy for an 800-year-old document.
800-year-old document. Now, okay. There's something called, okay, this is where the Pope comes in. And this is where the Pope collateralized or deemed all people dead at sea. Now remember, we live on the American state soil, right? The land. This is a document that was created to say that all of the people are dead at sea. And only people who denied it are obsolete from it. If you didn't know about it, you wouldn't have denied it. And billions of people back then probably didn't know about it, right? And this is the whole world, right? So I'm gonna just let the video play. We good. Oh, you know what? Actually, this is the photo I was looking for. This is another case law. Or this is actually the constitutional law. Personal liberty or the right to enjoyment of life and liberty is one of the fundamental or natural rights which has been protected by its inclusion as a guarantee in the various constitutions, which is not derived from nor dependent on the United States Constitution. There's a difference between the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the United States. You feel me? Remember that word of the Constitution without the United States, or you want the United States Constitution? I want the one without the United States, the American Constitution. It is one of the most sacred and valuable rights. Remember the words of Justice Tolman Supra, as sacred as the right to private property, and is regarded as inalienable. You don't want privileges given by the federal government or federal corporation in the United States. You want your rights, your personal liberty, your right to private property. You have to establish this via trust, security agreement, UCC, power of attorney documents, bond documents, American state passports, not United States American passports, whatever, right? You have to correct your shit politically. Everyone needs to be into politics. I don't care what nobody's telling you. Unless you got superpowers and you can go sage right now and fly the hell over to Africa, South, wherever the hell niggas is getting it popping it at, niggas, then come on and go show me. Otherwise, you need to be listening to what the hell I have to show you or whoever the hell else is talking about this. There's plenty of people on YouTube and all over the place talking about it. Back when I started, it wasn't too many people. I had to scavenge the little corners. Like, if you look at my online library, you're going to be like, how, what? My real library, the one I share, I'm just keep going.
what it means to be lost at sea, and the language fraud. Okay. Now, the Siskiyou Trust was set up for people that were lost at sea, and it's in maritime. What does that mean? Well, if somebody is lost at sea for more than 7 years, they're essentially declared as bankrupt, and their estate immediately goes into probate, and trustees appointed to oversee that lost at sea, that person lost at sea. The way that you come out of being lost at sea is that you give a payment, which essentially means that two people have to witness that you are no longer lost at sea or dead at sea, and then of course your estate will be given back to you. Because the people that created this mechanism really used it to capture your sweat equity, or in maritime law it's called capturing your soul, S-O-L-E, and you can look it up under corporate soul. They don't really want to give it back to you because they want to live on the sweat equity. So that's one. So what does it mean to be lost at sea? So I'll come on to this document that I sometimes make reference to, which sells the Squamish people into being debtors, or permanently named debtors, which is another word for slavery. And they use a mechanism in maritime known as, in this case, captured baptized souls lost at sea. Well, they're baptized, so it's Vatican, and they're captured because they're lost at sea. Nobody stopped and corrected their format of not writing in maritime when a person is dead, which is to simply say my name, for example. This means full colon, and that in language terms means for and a full stop. What they do is they write that in all capitals, which is also a maritime expression. I know those people in there in strawman land will be thinking just in strawman, but that's also a way of writing things when you're aboard a vessel. Okay, long beard or in all caps. So because nobody stopped and corrected their name being in all capitals, i.e. take it back out of all capitals into upper and lowercase, you're presumed and assumed to be lost at sea. So that type of document proves the existence of what that maritime expression is and how they're capturing souls.
The church, the Pope. Letter to Obama.
So we'll come to another document. This document is the document of the Club 300 Club that they say doesn't really exist, but of course I have their document here in front of me, making a contract to sell, in this case, the Filipino Islands into permanent debtors. And here you can see, although it's in fiction language, you can see it's a certificate of live birth. Okay, certificate of live birth. And of course it's witnessed by this person here, which I won't speak too much about. Although this is all Illuminati fiction world garbage, you are essentially lost at sea and you are permanent debtors. The explanations can go on and on. The point that I'm making is that you can come out of it any time by having a midlife claim, of course, or a certificate of live birth. But it's the language fraud. It's the language fraud that we need to address. Because they're writing in a fiction language, under maritime law you have to give closure, one word, one meaning per sentence, and a full stop at the end of every sentence to stop the thought. So, once you learn to syntax a document, and it doesn't matter how big these people are, you'll be able to disqualify under the Chief Federal Judge David Wayman's law technology.
It does not matter how big these people are. That means you can go after Bill Gates.
And that's how you get out of these types of slavery documents that hold you as permanent debtors. Okay. This is a continuation on about the Siskiyou Trust. I'm going to add a few more words, and the words is the way and why your name is written in all capitals in maritime from this is how it should be written on land, as they do like claim it as well, is because they can't guarantee your travel. They can't guarantee your safety while you're in transit from one point to another. The reason why it's travel by its very nature is dangerous. Okay, so that's why they put their name like this. So if you do pass away or something terrible happens at sea or in an aeroplane or train, you're already non-revered. Okay, it's already in all capitals. And when you get back on the land, your name will have to be put like this to say that you're now out of danger. That's the protocol. Okay. Now, I was also talking about maritime law closure. It's part of what closure means is that it's part of your flag etiquette. And flag etiquette, like any etiquette in speaking, is that you have to tell them from which dictionary you're speaking from. If you don't tell them which dictionary, then of course you don't know which dictionary they're speaking from or what language they're speaking. Even though the words may sound like English, it's a presumption assumption. It is that it offers one word, one word, one.
It's also called idem sonans. Let me show you that real quick. Idem sonans is a legal doctrine whereby a person's identity is presumed known despite the misspelling of his or her name, like all caps. The presumption lies in the similarity between the phonology or sounds of the correct name and the name is written.
You've got one word equals one meaning, which it doesn't, because that's part of the corruption of the law, corruption of the language. So, if they don't tell you what the closure is with the flag protocols, as well as what the meaning of the particular word is, or what your charter is, they're already in violation of maritime law. If you ever wondered why pirates fly the skull and bone flag, it's because under maritime law, they're telling you what their intention is. As long as they tell you what their intention is and following the flag protocol, they're not actually breaking any laws and they are operating as private privateers in maritime.
And right, that's another problem. Like they're telling you what they're doing, which is why I'm able to look up a lot of these articles and stuff because they can't lie to the public, but they can code their words, which is why we need to be educated or very well learned and informed about the different dictionaries and the different language frauds. And basically, we need to learn legalese.
Or being deceived with jurisdiction. So those are some of the things that you guys have to take into consideration when you're dealing with documents as well as the certificate you trust and the rest of it. Okay? As for the rest of it, I will upload videos explaining more and more of how this works as we go. Thank you very much.
Great. Okay, now this is going to be a case where someone actually used the SETI KV trust as a basically as a defense, and you're gonna see him expose the judge as the trustee. Why is he exposing the judge as the trustee? Because think about it. If you get let's say you get a ticket from, like me, I've gotten tickets from the city of Chicago, right? Or it could be the city of Los Angeles. It don't matter. Any city. If you receive a summons from them, they're summoning your corporation. So they're summoning your straw man and your birth certificate. Excuse me. The straw man is the name on the birth certificate. It's a dead man with no brain, right? We've seen that in the Oz. That's why it's called the straw man, because it's a fictitious character. It's a personnel. It's a corporation. A person is a corporation, individual, entity, and all of these other terms in law, in legalese, like the language fraud he was just talking about. So when you're being summoned to court, they're summoning that corporation. They're not summoning you. You're the beneficiary, the authorized representative, or the holder in due course for that corporation. Now, what is the holder in due course? In commercial law, a holder in due course is someone who accepts a negotiable instrument in a value for value exchange without a reason to doubt its legitimacy. A holder in due course acquires the right to make a claim for the instrument's value against its originator and intermediate holders. So you're the one holding the document, right? So you're the benefit. You're like, well, I shouldn't have to pay for these debts that are associated with this name because I'm the beneficiary and the United States promised to discharge all of my debts. That means if I have student loans, if I have car debts, car notes, or just car bills in general, mortgages, all of that is supposed to be taken care of. We're not supposed to be paying for liberty. We should, like, the earth is supplying us with a bunch of food and vegetables and materials to create all of this stuff. So how's the United States government, which is a federal government, a foreign government, as of 1933, House Joint Resolution 192, how are they charging the people living here? And they have no authority to be here unless by us. They're charging you. That's why they took all of our ancestors' gold, which is why you're technically rich. That's why this argument between men and women about, oh, well, he don't pay the bills, he ain't shit. Girl, man, boy, whoever you are, you're tripping. You shouldn't be paying bills. That's where they got y'all tripped up at. And that's why we're creating all of these channels talking about the difference between men and women, and she don't do this because of this, or he don't We're being attacked spiritually. So we're trying to connect and relate to each other in a conundrum where we're at war inside of ourselves and within the society because we have corporations endeavoring to split us up and to bring us at discord, bring us into discord. So, yeah, let's keep moving, right? Check out the case. Now, this dude, he sound like he just learned a lot of this stuff. He went in, though. See, just because it doesn't look like they're giving you a fair judgment doesn't mean they can actually proceed. For them to proceed, they need your signature. They need an agreement. And there are certain words you can use to accidentally agree, or certain behaviors you can express for them to be like, okay, well, he agreed based on how he went over and sat down in the chair. When you sit down in the defendant seat, you're basically agreeing that I am the defendant, that I am the corporation, the fictitious that you created. What I do when I go into court is, before I sit anywhere, I'm like, hey, hold on, I need to address the court because there's been a conflict of interest and there's an error here. I need to make sure everybody's understanding what's going on. I actually go in like that. I don't play. And you're going to see that when I show y'all my video, my court video one of these days. But I want to finish the music first, then drop it. Because I got a new court case coming up for the same issue. And the Fifth Amendment says they can't bring you into court for the same issue up again. So what you think going to happen? I got the documents where it said I paid $0 to get the shit out. Everything. It took a while, but you know, you got to follow court procedure. But if you follow all of the rules and you do what you got to do, you're straight. Let's get into it.
So please put the camera down. Now, or I'll have my court officer confiscate it.
Your Honor, why are you yelling at me? The Supreme Court clearly states I can do that. Your own doorway says I can do that. You're doing it to me, and I checked with your clerk. And I'm also going to wonder what made you run out of the courtroom like that today. You were in such a haste.
By collapsing the CQB trust, which you have charged, there is no value in
Now you see, as soon as he said SEDI-KV trust, or SEDI-K, the SEDI-KV trust, which is the birth certificate, it's a constructive trust, and a constructive trust is a trust made without one's knowledge, which is illegal. So the United States is practicing illegalities, but when you hit 18 and you go get your ID, you have agreed to the trust, and now you have to abide by their statutory laws, which is fake laws, tickets, and all of that shit. This is why you gotta do a status correction or a defeasance of the statute, staple statute merchant, which basically gives you control and not ownership of the straw man because you didn't create it. Remember, earlier we talked about patents. You can't create a patent. You can't patent something you didn't create. We didn't create the birth certificate, so what we're going to do is something called an adverse possession, using the Uniform Commercial Code in a security agreement to take control of it because it refers to us and it's based on our ancestors' wealth. It's our ancestors' credit, but it wasn't created by us. So we have since it's for us and made for us, we have the right to go be the first priority lien holders for it. You send the paperwork to all of the different agencies of the government, the United States, and put them on notice. You're not asking them for permission to do nothing. You're not waiting for them to send you nothing back. You're like, hey, I'm sending this public mail, registered mail, so it can be on the record. So if you try to deny it, I could take you to court and make money. That's what the bond is for and all of that, and the power of attorney, so you can execute all of that in the paperwork.
I you have committed fraud on the court. Did you not create controversy?
You're fired.
Yes, you can fire the attorney right on the spot. You can be like, I don't want nothing to do with him. Get him out of here. He's fired. You can fire the judge. You can get all of them out of there. But you have to do it right. And don't expect the response that you want. You're supposed to move accordingly. They're doing all of this to create a play. That's why they have acts. That's why they have magistrates. That's why they have procedures and shit. Like this, all a play. If you play your role right, you don't have to, you're not obligated. I'll say that.
I do not consent. Thank you.
He said, I do not consent. You have to deny everything. And sometimes you gotta ask or say things 3 times in the court for it to be respected or recognized. That's a rule. That's an actual principle. That's why they can just keep rubbing you off, and then once you say it the second time, they're trying to get you out of there.
Excuse me, sir, camera.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you get judicial permission to photograph you here this morning?
Your Honor, I checked with the clerk's office. I did indeed.
There is a procedure that must be followed.
Well, I checked on the procedure, Your Honor, and I've done this a million times. I used to be an attorney myself, and I duly checked everyone, and there was never an issue presented.
Check court rules, sir.
I've checked the court rules. I've done this many times in many New Hampshire.
She mad. She mad as hell.
Well, Your Honor, that rule is not always followed, and I did check. I checked with the clerk this morning, Your Honor. With all due respect, Your Honor.
So please put the camera down now, or I'll have my court officer confiscate it.
Now, that was a very strange outburst from the court, and it really wasn't called for. So I thought about that as I headed back to Boston this afternoon. What could make the judge change the way she did? Because there was no problem with me in the courtroom earlier, until things got salty and the defendant started waving around blue pieces of paper and talking about appointing her as trustee and things of that nature. Anyway, the rules, as you see them, clearly provide that I should be allowed access, and they also provide that there should be some type of advance notice, which is what I gave to your clerk, who then stated to me there was no problem. So if there was a problem, Your Honor, you need to make that clear with your clerk and stop blaming me for any of the problems that you have in your courtroom. Thank you. So why are you tripping? I mean, it's not like you didn't see me. A black man walks into your courtroom in Milford, New Hampshire, with tweed pants, an orange jacket, a purple shirt, a fedora, and a 550 millimeter zoom camera on him, and you didn't notice me? Everybody noticed me in the courtroom. Everybody knew I was there. I knew a cop who was there. We were talking outside. He knows me from courtroom experience. What was your problem today? Please explain it to me, Your Honor.
Are you saying that the trust you are administrating is the John Ingress Trust? John Ingress is in the court. That's you. Judge as trustee. You are John Ingress, aren't you?
Now, he just called the judge himself because she is the judge, or let me stop calling them judges, they're magistrates. The magistrate of the court is appointed the trustee of your trust that the United States created by the clerk, her or himself, who is also an attorney. So think about it. Where is there a conflict of interest here? For one, she said the state of New Hampshire is suing him, I believe. They just hired a state of New Hampshire attorney, and she's a state of New Hampshire magistrate. So what we're saying here is that the magistrate, the clerk, and probably the cop who work for the state of New Hampshire are aiding and abetting a crime against a sovereign. How? Because the same person adjudicating me can't be the same person suing me. How are you suing me and the judge? Excuse me, how are you suing me and prosecuting me and judging me? You're the same entity. This is what Trump means by fake judges, fake courts. I'm going to play that after this, and you're going to stop bugging about Trump. Remember, we don't have a positive or negative opinion about Trump. I just am glad Trump is doing his job like the Pope told Obama to do. That's why Trump is going to be president again, because he's getting the United States out of Dodge, even though some of the United States public officials want to keep this bullshit running. The Pope don't agree with that because the Pope know what time it is.
Before we go any further, I need to know who you are.
I'm Judge Crocker, right here.
Thank you, clerk. Are you the CQV trustee who was appointed this judge as administrator and trustee of the constructive trust? Case number 458-110-DR-01203.
This is Attorney David Allen. Your motion to come with the evaluation is.
She basically ignored what he said, which is exposing her, the whole court, and told the attorney, okay, I accept your request for him to be psychologically analyzed. He basically is going to deny that and say, I don't consent. And you don't consent to none of that because you're going to go in there. You're competent. You're living. You're not an incompetent death ward or ward of the state, which would be your straw man, your birth certificate name. That is a dead corporation. That is property of the United States. You're not that. That is what he's telling her. But she is going to play her role, and since they're crooked courts, you're not going to expect them to be like, oh, yeah, you can't expect them to be like, oh, yeah, you're right, we fraud. No, they're going to do all of this and ignore you and do little underhanded stuff, and you got to know, you got to hold you. This is what the Moors mean by you got to hold your square and know exactly how to respond. Like, if they come in and try to grab you and say, hey, you need to leave the courtroom, you can put up your, you can just, before you go to court, you need to come with a oath and you need to come with a bond numbers. You can be like, well, oh, hold on, you wanna dishonor a public official because you're a public official. You're the court officer. You're the court official. They're dishonoring you. You're like, y'all don't understand this, man. Like, these people, remember, they work for the public. They work for the people. So how are they charging the people? This is what the Pope was telling Obama. Stop these people from infringing on these people's rights. Stop these corporations from infringing and doing wrong amongst to the American people. Like, come on. Because you're putting me in jeopardy. Like, he's like, yo, y'all getting us in trouble over here. We trying to do this world government shit, and y'all gonna mess it up before we. Like, that's why I'm like, I'm not defending the Pope. I'm saying, look, he trying to make sure they good until they good. You know what I'm saying?
Before Attorney Ingris is back before the court, that we're sure that he understands the workings of the court.
Clerk, did you also appoint the prosecutor?
Do I have a right to speak? Like, he can't even say nothing. Excuse me, do I have the... I'm sorry, I keep pausing.
Mr. Ingris.
And are you not?
Right, she keeps calling him Mr. Ingris, but he's not responding to it. Never respond to the name. That's called behavioral agreement. If you respond to it, then you behaved as if you were them. They keep saying Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Mitchell. I'm going to keep saying I'm the holder in due course on behalf of Mr. Mitchell.
Not the executor. I'm the beneficiary.
Well,
When I authorize you
Holder in due course, beneficiary, interchangeable mostly.
to handle the contract and dissolve this constructive trust, I now claim my body as I am collapsing the CQV trust, which you have charged, as there is no value in my body. You have committed fraud on the court. Did you not create controversy?
So her taking a brief recess during a business meeting, which is what this is her abandoning ship. Remember, their admiralty, their law is the law at sea, but we're on the land. So they have their law of the seas, and they're using them against the law on the land. They're using them against the people on the land, but they're not supposed to. The law of the sea is for commerce, commercial, currency, like the sea, the current. It's for that. It's not for criminals and all that. They've made commercial criminality. All crimes are commercial. Look that up. Look that quote up. All crimes are commercial. Now let me do it for you, because y'all gonna play around. Y'all gonna look at it. Oh, that's cool. All crimes are, look, instantly came up. According to 27 CFR Code of Federal Regulations 77211, burglary, counterfeiting, forgery, kidnapping, larceny, robbery, illegal sale or possession of weapons, prostitution, extortion, swindling, and many other things like simple addiction to drugs or marijuana use are considered and defined as commercial crimes. Whoa, where you are converted to a what? Hold on, I need to see what that said. Uh-oh. No, where is it? Okay, where you are converted to an object for commercial use and due process of law becomes a farce. That means they don't have to establish jurisdiction and then establish an issue and then adjudicate. They can just get straight to adjudicating you, presuming you guilty. Like you're guilty until proven otherwise. No, I'm innocent until proven guilty. What are you talking about? Look, so what is the solution? Learn and exercise your rights. That's all I gotta say. Like, what is y'all talking about? Oh, by all crimes are commercial is saying the crimes that are committed that we're adjudicating you for are based on commerce, money. So if you kill somebody, we don't care that you kill somebody. We just want you to pay up because you just took out one of our investments. That's why they're doing that. That's why they don't really have feelings for you or against you in the court, because they're trying to make money. They don't care about what happened. What you're supposed to tell them is, now this is some information that I'm sharing that a lot of people might take and go left with it, but I mean, the times we in, I don't got time to be holding it back. You kill somebody, right? But you'll go into court and be like, okay, well, yeah, I did it. And this is like demurring, right? The demur is like when you ask question with a question. Yeah, I might have did that, but how do I owe you? How do I owe the United States, which is a foreign corporation, and they're not authorized to adjudicate anyone here because the people are living and the corporations do not oversee the people. The people they control the corporation. So what are we really talking about? My people should handle me if I do something like that. That's how it should go. Now my people might give me harsher treatment, but hey, let my people make some money off me, not this foreign entity. Like that's how you would argue that.
I don't consent. I'm afraid I don't consent to the court order. There are consequences when a higher law is violated by pretend authorities.
See, he knows the truth, but they know that people are waking up, so they're saying anything they can. And like a lot of women do this thing where, well, they keep telling me that y'all don't know how to just, like, y'all can do it to us, the men in your life, but when it comes to these corporations, y'all all obedient and shit. That's where I have a problem. No, get on that with them too. Like, no, why do I owe this? What are you talking about? Like, just talk shit. You ain't gotta curse them out and be disrespectful. Just like really show that you don't agree with it. Like, you're supposed to tell them that this is immoral. You don't agree with these laws and rules because all of their commercial law is based on the Talmud, which is the version of the Bible. This is why I bash the Bible, but I know the Bible is necessary and a necessity, and it's still a scientific book. But I bash the dogma. I don't bash the religion. I bash the dogma in the religion. Religion just means a way of life.
Would he have the opportunity to have alternate position counsel? Would he have the opportunity to have an alternate position, issue an opinion on that as well, if he's ordered to? Now, with all due respect, counselor, it's not about your client's case. I'm asking you about the procedure in general. Anytime you agree with a cop that somebody needs to be subject to a psychiatric evaluation, I need to know what the process is.
Exactly.
And certainly, if you waive confidentiality, you could, right? Do you want to waive confidentiality? Do you want to waive confidentiality? Sure. Sure. Well, why don't you waive confidentiality then?
All right. So he asked his client if he wanted to waive confidentiality because the attorney so-called says, well, I can't talk to anybody else about his case. So, okay, the person whose case it is can be like, to tell the attorney, well, I waive my right to confidentiality. Confidentiality means that the attorney won't tell nobody. But if the client actually tells him, well, you telling the client telling the attorney that I waive confidentiality is, I'm giving you the right to go ahead and speak on the case. So he's like, yo, tell him that so I can talk to his ass. Basically, that's all that's happening.
Counsel, Mr. He's waived confidentiality.
Trying to get up out of there.
Counsel, so did you have any comment that, notwithstanding that? I beg your pardon? Competency is an issue, so therefore, I understand your position, counsel. But he's not been yet declared incompetent, has he? Okay, I understand, counsel. Thank you.
Exactly, they do and say everything they can, right? Now, this felt longer than it needed to be, this video. My mouse is tripping, give me a second. Okay. Alright, we're getting closer and closer to the end. Now, this is Donald Trump going in on fake judges. Federal judges, remember, the United States is a federal corporation. A 28 USC subsection 3002 15A. The United States means a federal corporation. Trump is slamming federal judges. The Pope told Obama to get that federal shit out of here, is messing up the plan. Look, you got 38 dislikes. Who is that? Let me give it a like, because y'all tripping. Look, 38 motherfuckers are stupid. That ain't no insult to people who hate Trump, is whatever, right? But still, Trump, you're an embarrassment. I did not see him say anything wrong. Exactly. He didn't say shit wrong. What are you talking about? Making dumb suggestions to remain in the spot. Oh my God. Let me stop. I can't deal with these comments. Y'all don't love me.
I was amazed by it, and if that were a Republican, you would see really bad things happening. It's very unequal justice, and it's a disgrace that he was able to say something like that.
I don't ever want to call a court biased, so I won't call it biased. And we haven't had a decision yet. But courts seem to be so political.
And I have to be nice, otherwise I'll get criticized for speaking poorly about our courts.
The courts are not helping us, I have to be honest with you. It's ridiculous. Somebody said I should not criticize judges. Okay, I'll criticize judges.
We need quick justice, and we need strong justice. Much quicker and much stronger than we have.
He's talking about justice against these people and these corporations that are suing black and white people illegally via the SETI KV trust. infringing on your rights, your liberty, taking those away and giving you privileges from them. That's like, oh, we're going to take your mansion away, but you get to live in this chicken hen. We're going to take your right to travel away, but we're going to give you this license so we can sue you and tax you and give you tickets and all that. And if you don't renew your shit every year or so, we can put more taxes.
Right now. Because what we have right now is a joke, and it's a laughing stock. It's really sad when every single case filed against us is in the Ninth Circuit. We lose, and then we do fine in the Supreme Court. But what does that tell you about our court system? Well, it was a political decision made by a judge. I think it's a disgrace. I think it's a disgrace when people file, every case gets filed in the Ninth Circuit because they know that's not law. This was an Obama judge. And I'll tell you what, it's not going to happen like this anymore. It's totally the wrong decision by, obviously, an Obama.
This is Obama judge. He's baking Obama. Why? Because the Pope told him what to do and he didn't do it. Obama signed martial law just in case, and Trump is trying to stop it, even though he's using it in certain occasions because there are protocols given to Donald Trump by its owners and shareholders. Everything Donald Trump says isn't Donald Trump's idea.
Obama appointed judge.
I just don't know how they cannot recuse themselves for anything having to do with Trump or Trump related. Justice Ginsburg, during my campaign, I protested at the time. She apologized in a very minor form, and what Justice Sotomayor said yesterday was really highly inappropriate.
Now, in a minute, I'm about to show you
Amazed by it.
basically Hollywood and how they're basically fraud, but okay, now we're getting into some astrology, right? But I believe I need to go ahead and end this with this video, which is like, it's like a 40-minute video, so this is what I'm gonna end it with. It's gonna be like a 4-hour long stream, but you can come back to it, refer to it. You guys can make timestamps if you need to, if it's that good of a video. But we're gonna go ahead and get into this right here. We're gonna get into this. Exposed. You know what? Yeah, I think I'm gonna do the astrology segment tomorrow, cause that'll be like part 2. Let me see. We got witch hunt. Storm is upon us. Yeah, I think that's it. Yep. We are done with all of these links. Please enjoy this one. Okay, look. Get ready for this. You about to see, like, this was uploaded by Yusef L on his high frequency radio channel. Now, I've had like skits of these videos in different areas, but this was a really good compilation of what Hollywood is on and the proof. Like, after you walk away from this, you will not be using conspiracy theory anymore. And if you are, I'm going to assume you're a fucking agent. That's how we coming.
2 drop 521. I think this is very relevant today, especially since we keep having a lot of 2-year deltas. Actually, if you go back, a lot of the posts from 2 years ago seem to be lining up with this moment in history. They reiterate that we're fighting for life. We are fighting for good. Say we're at war. They are at war right now. Not everything will be clean. And then it says here, scare, a necessary event. Do you trust the U.S. military? Do you trust the chain of command? Now, yes, I do trust the U.S. military. You said early on, what is the one organization?
Right, we don't really mind the U.S. military because the Pope already was like, yo, we gonna make sure these people still protect the people and not do some whole crazy genocide one day type shit. You know, they still gonna do it, but we gotta do it slowly and surely and efficiently.
that has not been
These Democrats
corrupt,
trying to do it now.
been used for corrupt means.
Give us some time.
You know that have joined the FBI? How many people you know have joined the CIA, have joined all these different things? No, and I know a ton of people
Go
who
ahead,
joined the
put this
military.
camera down,
The military is mostly comprised of all our friends and family and normal ass Americans who literally just want to fight for the protection of this country. And they are, right now. So have faith. We are in control. Patriots. Patriots Day. Now, Patriots Day this year, I believe, is April 19th. So it's about a month away. I'm hoping that means things will start tapering off by then. And I personally have a lot of faith. And it says right here, you were chosen for a reason, being provided the highest level of intel to ever be dropped publicly in the history of the world. Use it. Protect and comfort those around you. Where we go one, we go all. And that's why I see lots of love. I see lots of people having very rational thoughts on this. You know, be safe, be prepared, minimize efforts to spread it. We got to stop this in its tracks right now. This is war. This is the war of all wars. This is the first real war in a long time. And anyone think it was going to be easy? I sure as crap didn't. I know a lot of you guys didn't either. But what is a war? Moves and counter moves. Now we know right here that they ran a simulation of this a freaking couple months before it came out called Event 201, which Agenda 21, Event 21. What's Agenda 21? It's a program that wishes to reduce the world population. You look right here. Who sponsored this? You know, the usual suspects. One thing I forgot to mention in my last video, Bloomberg School of Public Health. Is that why he ran? I mean, it sure as crap never had a chance. Everyone knew he never had a chance. He obviously ran to pump up the pressure. None of his ads, they were barely about him. They weren't attacking his opponents on the Democratic side. They were all just straight up attacks on Trump. So this guy just came in as a way to infuse money. Obviously, he has a lot to lose with Trump being in office. That he was a part of this Event 201 that simulated exactly what's going on right now. You can see it my 2 videos ago. Go check it out. And look, here's this type of stuff that you got on Bloomberg TV. Marina Abramovic standing on piles of bones. You know, this was an art exhibit to illustrate the war in her home country. But this is disgusting. And if you watch this, people were saying that you could smell the exhibit. I'm saying, these are cow bones. You know, according to Bloomberg's organization, she's a relentless, violent genius. Yeah, violent, all right. Now does it make sense why Bloomberg put $500 million, $500 million? That's enough money to give everyone in the whole country $1.50. Or, you know, according to MSNBC, $1 million.
Somebody tweeted recently that actually with the money he spent, he could have given every American $1 million.
Got it. Let's put it up on the screen. When I read it tonight on social media, it kind of all became clear. Bloomberg spent $500 million on ads. U.S. population 327 million. Don't tell us if you're ahead of us on the math. He could have given each American $1 million and have had lunch money left over. It's an incredible way of putting it.
It's an incredible way of putting it. It's true. It's disturbing. It does suggest, what we're talking about here, which is there's too much money in politics.
Guys, they're only off by $999,000, right? Give them a break for crying out loud. For $500 million, you don't even got a shot. There's a lot more going on here, right? This is, to them, they're at war right now. For me, I felt like the storm, I've said in past videos, was going to come probably sometime in the second term, and even probably go past that. And that's when he's named up president, he's freed up a lot more, and that's when presidents usually get to do a lot more of what they wanted to do. But I think this coronavirus forced their hand, and in this video, I'm going to tell you why I think the storm is right now. Here are just some of the things that have been happening. March 13th, Homeland Security just arrested a whole bunch of MS-13. In fact, it led to the indictment of 17 MS-13 members. The next day, March 14th, 5 defendants convicted of sex trafficking of minors, amongst a whole other slew of things. You have Lev Derman, who was just found guilty of $1 billion in $1 billion tax fraud scheme. $1 billion. That's huge. And he was in some kind of polygamous cult. A lot of stuff with this guy. And then, the biggest thing yet, on the 12th, Dutch national charged in a takedown of obscene websites selling over $2 2,000 real rape and child pornography videos. Completely taken down. As you guys know, these are the things that they have been taken down like crazy. Just ripping through the pedo rings. And this, a website, 2,000 real rapes? Oh my God. But stuff like this is like when they took down Backpage. There was another one in Canada that they took down, a huge child pornography website that had tens of thousands of customers. Now, going back to the storm, if CEO is running for the hills, I mean, here you go, Envision CEO steps down after a surprise federal review of its billing practices. Salesforce CEO just stepped down. The head of Uber Eats just stepped down. MGM Resort CEO just stepped down. South Dakota Board of Regents CEO stepping down. South Dakota Board of Regents is the governing board for their 6 public universities. You have the Pacific Sun Eddie Bauer CEO stepping down. Chipotle founder Steve Ells stepping down. FedEx CFO Helen Kraft retiring after 30 years as CFO and 40 years in the company. Yet UPS CEO David Abney retired after 46 years at the company. Essence CEO Michelle Ebanks unexpectedly stepping down. AT&T Ad Unit CEO Brian Lassar unexpectedly stepping down. Heineken CEO stepping down. Harley Davidson CEO stepping down. IBM CEO stepping down. MasterCard CEO stepping down. Bayer chairman unexpectedly quitting. If you remember, Bayer is who merged with Monsanto. We don't hear about Monsanto anymore. Yeah, they've been rebranded as your friendly aspirin provider, Bayer. You have Lockheed Martin CEO Marilyn Houston, Fortune's most powerful woman in business, stepping down. Victoria's Secret goes private as CEO Les Wexner steps down. If you remember, Les Wexner had all those ties to Jeffrey Epstein, and that's the guy who sold him his mansion. Yet Disney CEO Bob Iger immediately steps down from CEO position. You have Bill Gates, who steps down from Microsoft and Berkshire Hathaway's board of directors on the same day, all since the coronavirus hit the United States. Now, one thing I would like you guys to do in the comments, I'm genuinely interested to know how many people actually know someone with the virus. Not know of someone. I mean, someone you've actually met in your life that you know has the virus right now. Well, hopefully everyone's staying safe, and hopefully none of you guys have it. But just look at how many celebrities have it. First things first, you have different celebrities that are just getting sick all of a sudden. But Celine Dion says she tested negative, but she had just suddenly come down and had a cancer thing. You have Tormund from Game of Thrones comes down with the COVID-19. You have Katie Hill, the former congresswoman who had stepped down after her scandal, has come down with it. In the United Kingdom, you have the health minister, Nadine Dorries, test positive for it. Also from Parliament, you have Kate Osborne was designated with the virus. Like I said before, you have people that seem to be getting out of Dodge. Nicole Kidman is suddenly relocating back to Australia. Stars like Heidi Klum all of a sudden feels ill and she has to leave. Idris Elba just came out and says that he has it. You have Prime Minister Trudeau's wife, Sophie, has just come down with it. Miami mayor has it. All these different officials throughout the world. Different athletes have it, like Rudy Gobert, Donovan Mitchell, Kevin Durant, and 3 other Nets just came down with it. And a whole slew of athletes from around the world. In the music industry, now this was pretty big. Universal Music CEO Lucid Grange has it. This guy is the music industry. It's one of their favorite ways to push propaganda. Music is probably top of the list. You have Iran's basically their whole freaking regime that these people have been trying to free themselves from. All of a sudden, half of them got it. Iran's vice president and 2 ministers struck by the coronavirus. You got a member of the Supreme Leader's top council that just died from it. Say altogether, 8% of Iran's parliament has tested positive for the virus. Staying in the Middle East, you got a Saudi prince's yacht that just capsized out of nowhere yesterday. And that's on the heels of 298 public officials being rounded up and arrested 2 days ago. Now, if you remember, the whole QAnon operation started where they had rounded up all these corrupt princes and higher-ups. And there was a whole overhaul of Saudi Arabia. And Saudi Arabia, as we learned, is the epicenter of human trafficking. Now, this post from August of 2018 asks, who are the white rabbits? You hear about the white rabbits a lot. We're going to get to that in a minute. But as far as the celebrities go, you also have this, which happened a few weeks ago, a very strange moment where Elton John got sick with pneumonia, which is what this virus causes. So, who knows? Some of these, I feel like they, especially some of the self-quarantines, I wonder if they just don't, maybe they got the message like, don't tell anyone you have it anymore, because now the people are starting to talk about it. But look at this. Now, there is a theory going around online as to why so many celebrities have been getting sick with this. You know, if you just do the percentages, like the percentage of population that's infected as opposed to the actual population, and then do the percentage of celebrities infected as opposed to the population, and it's just through the roof. Now, if you remember early on, one of the first things that was found when people were researching the Q drops is that one of the main reasons that they traffic these kids isn't that they're all pedophiles, which we could all agree. What are the odds that they're all pedophiles? You know, there always had to be something else. But one of the things that was found is that there seemed to be a link between organ harvesting and the drinking of adrenalized blood, which is called adrenochrome. Acts as some sort of anti-aging device. I mean, obviously it's not foolproof, but it slows the aging process down. Now, once you reach a certain level of stature, that you were brought in on this, and basically, you know, going back to the Mayans and Vlad Dracul and all these different things throughout history where they would drink their enemy's blood and eat their flesh, basically essentially saying that that is never ended. And when you think about it, there's a lot of celebrities that have basically just not aged. I mean, I know there's definitely they have the best health care and there's different things that they can do with Botox and all this stuff. But I mean, my God, some of them look like they look like in the freaking 80s. But as we've been watching over the last 3 years, they have been shutting down the pedo networks and shutting down access to kids. That's what the border's about. That's what everything is about. That's why you could see reports of, you know, Obama who's also had the cages for the kids, but then he was just letting them go, and while a lot of them were winding up in the hands of human traffickers. Oops. That's what the border's about. That's why the Trump administration has been separating those. Those aren't detention camps. They're saving those children's lives. We've been watching it. They've been breaking up everything one after the other, and the access has been cut off. Now, you can also synthesize adrenochrome. I would imagine it's obviously not as effective. But now, take a look at something interesting that Anons had just picked up on. Look at the molecular structure of adrenochrome. Here, I'll turn it on the side. A white rabbit. Holy freaking crap. Follow the white rabbit. Now, I've had my theories in the past about the Alice in Wonderland and Follow the White Rabbit and different things like that with the looking glass. But one thing that is undeniable is that Saudi Arabia was a hub for human trafficking. And if you look in his post right here, it says, "Who are the white rabbits?" And now we know a white rabbit is what the molecular structure of adrenochrome looks like. And we know that they traffic kids all over the world in insane numbers. I mean, just look at the amount of children that go missing every year. 800,000? Now, a lot of those, I'm sure, are runaways and other things, but just give it the lowest estimate. What, 200,000 are going into these traffic rings? I mean, these are insane numbers. Where's this on the freaking news every night? Well, follow the white rabbit. The white rabbit, adrenochrome, which comes from terrorized children. When you look up white rabbit, you come to the art of Alex Podesta. Here's two grown men doing something with a young white rabbit. Here's one, two grown-ups again, something with a white rabbit. Here's them playing marionette with two white rabbits, grown men. This isn't weird. Here's grown men torturing two kidnapped white rabbits. Here's one where he's starting to dismember one of the young white rabbits. And here's another one, it's not a white rabbit, but here's one of his paintings where there's toes for teeth. So is that cannibalism? Person in the mouth? I mean, this is just disgusting stuff. It's not like this guy's a nobody. Here's him mentioned in the Washington Post back in 2014. Talking about echoed in sculptor Alex Podesta's sculptures, multiple self-portraits of the bearded artists in adult-sized bunny costumes. Both men's work is a little funny, a little disturbing. Yeah, no crap, a little disturbing, a little more than disturbing. And then you got Tony Podesta, John Podesta's brother, who's got a freaking sculpture of decapitated people. Here's Jimmy Comet from Ping Pong Pizza, the guy who the whole Pizzagate thing scandal was started upon. And pictures of this sculpture from underneath talking about it. Here's an artist that he admires of weird sculptures with demons and children. The hell is this, man? Here's some of his artwork. This looks like the Biltmore pool in the Vanderbilt mansion. Here's one with a kid hanging up that looks like Anderson Cooper. And obviously, this is his family's mansion, which these which is Tony Podesta's art echoes, and they're tied up. And look, wow, what are these ropes for? But now going back to the adrenochrome and the white rabbit, the theory that's going around online that is starting, when you look at the amount of celebrities that have suddenly come down with this coronavirus, it seems to make sense, is that the White Hats were actually able to spike a batch of adrenochrome. And if you look, where is the synthetic adrenochrome made? In Wuhan, China. Now, if you also come to this post here by Hulk Smash Tweets, he noticed an interesting thing in Tom Hanks' post about being quarantined. And here he said, "Here, me and Rita Wilson, I want to thank everyone down under who are taking such good care of us. We have COVID-19 and we're in isolation, not to spread to anyone else." What he's talking about in this post is this barcode up here. What he's saying is that he's a 10-year Navy veteran with experience in aviation electronics, as well as collateral duty inspector for quality insurance. And he's saying that he used to have to turn in calibration equipment, and as a shop supervisor, he took part in many internal audits, and that this barcode is from a government building, more than likely a military facility. And these barcodes are in every room and designate what government property is located in each room, like a desk and chair, even a lamp or a fake plan can have one of these barcodes. And he's saying that he's seen thousands of these, and this is one. So are they really quarantining themselves in Australia right now? Or is it possible that they're in Gitmo, spiking their adrenochrome, a way to see who was taking it? Is that why all of a sudden Tom Hanks is posting a picture of a Corona typewriter, as well as Madonna, who's also self-quarantining and on a typewriter called a Corona-matic? I mean, has anyone even seen a typewriter in 15 years? But there's definitely something weird about it. And there's definitely something weird about all these athletes and celebrities, high-ranking politicians coming down with this virus all inside of a week. I think it is absolutely possible that someone could have spiked their adrenochrome. And speaking of the white rabbit, if you go to Wikipedia, you can look down here in popular culture, you'll find that Hunter S. Thompson mentions it in Fear and Love in Las Vegas. Now, that's a book based, it says it's based on a true story. So, of course, once things start coming out, Terry Gilliam admits that it's a fictional exaggeration, and they're getting high on it, and they say it comes from Satanists and the adrenal gland. They accurately describe it. But he's saying, oh yeah, it's just fiction, whatever, okay. But Hunter S. Thompson also mentions adrenochrome in Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail 72. In the footnotes in Chapter April, page 140, he says, "It was sometime after midnight in a ratty hotel, and my memory of the conversation is hazy due to the massive ingestion of booze, fatback, and 40 cc's of adrenochrome." First TV show from 2008. The plot of the first episode is the harvesting of an adrenal gland from a live victim to obtain adrenochrome for drug use. And this is what it is. Clockwork Orange, and everyone knows Stanley Kubrick's famous. He got himself killed by doing Eyes Wide Shut and trying to expose these people. They have a drug called Drenchrome that's on the list of drugs they can get. Apparently, in the Fear and the Walking Dead Season 3, Episode 14, during the show, Nick and Troy try a very strange drug that was described as an actual human brainstem that contained chemicals from the adrenal gland. So it's been in our face for a long time. It's actually pretty detailed in the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Well, guess what? Keeps them young. That's one of the biggest secrets. That's why the child trafficking is through the roof. That's why they've been taking down these child trafficking rings one after the other. That's why everyone has been bugging out over our president over and over. And one of the theories going around right now is that the White House have caught wind of this plot. Obviously, they're on base with everything. So if we're seeing the event 201 that was all laid out, and I believe the reason why they had that event was to talk about, because they knew they were going to crash the economy, and they all have huge businesses. And if you listen to the full thing, a lot of them are all talking about money, and then, supply. Well, if that's the case, if you guys were preparing for supply, then why are you now claiming that, we have no tests and we have no this? No, because they were trying to get their ducks in a row, because they knew half their companies were about to collapse in the wake of this crap that they were about to release. But the theory is that White Hats got word of it, and that they spiked their adrenochrome with the coronavirus. Now they're all coming down with it. And again, that's just a theory, but man, does that make sense. and the storm is clearly upon us. Even Google has been unleashed, and just literally just the other day, POTUS came out and said, "Oh, Google's working with us," and that must have been go time. Just look at this. Anything. The roots of Pedogate conspiracy. That's fine. Why the red shoes? The freaking second thing that comes up is about the Red Shoe Club. And the red shoes are made from human skin. Epstein's flight logs, the Podestas, the Pope. Not fake news. Pizzagate, I mean, unfortunately, it's not fake news, but Google has been unleashed. One of the things people were posting earlier, they got ahead of it. Now, if you look up the Republican Party, it comes up Republican Party with the logo, the elephant. Now, if you look up Democratic Party, oh, there's no logo right now, temporarily. Usually the donkey would come up. But if everyone was buzzing earlier, for a little bit, a demon rat would come up. Independently verified all across the internet. Oh man, that's great. And to boot, if you look at it closely, it actually has 13 whiskers and 4 stars, which add up to 17. This one was apparently coming up earlier where people were putting in Hillary and it was coming up Hillary Clinton's spirit cooking. If you go here, that one doesn't seem to be coming up anymore. But if you type it in, oh, it comes up all right. Look at all this stuff. Everything. Google has been unleashed. And what is spirit cooking, you ask? Well, for that, I'll bring it to one of the other celebrities that, oh, they're going to self-quarantine. I'm telling you, I think the people who are self-quarantined know that they had some of that batch. But Lady Gaga shares that she's chosen to self-quarantine as a coronavirus precaution. Here's a post from Lady Gaga in 2014, which at the time, I'm sure would have been like, haha, okay, vampire. But let's read it now with new eyes. Beware, vampires. The blood you choose to suck, choose wisely. It may fill your pores from the inside out with the wicked poison unknown to you. Perhaps you took a bite of flesh you can't handle. Perhaps I am also a vampire, or a new creature undead you have yet to meet. Well, it seems like this warning was about 6 years too early. We'll also post stuff like this. Careful, witch. I'll put a spell on you. Or maybe I already did. Now, a lot of this seems hokey. Alright, witchcraft and vampires. How else did they get away with it for so long? Because it sounds like, okay, blood magic and drinking blood and adrenochrome and all this stuff. But here's a WikiLeaks, and this is what started to blow the whole thing up. No one ever heard of Marina Abramovic or spirit cooking or anything. But here is Tony Podesta, John Podesta, who is Hillary Clinton's campaign manager and worked for Clinton for all these years, getting an email from Marina Abramovic asking if John will be joining them for spirit cooking. This is spirit cooking. But this is art, apparently. I don't know if anyone's ever done art with buckets of blood, with a sharp knife cut deeply into the middle finger of your left hand. Eat the pain. Now I want you to think about something really quick. When is the last time you cut one of your fingers? And now ask yourself, when is the last time you specifically cut your middle left finger? Oh, well, the Pope seems to have cut his middle left finger. President Bush seems to have cut his middle left finger. Here's Meghan Markle with a Band-Aid on her middle left finger. Here's President Obama with a Band-Aid on his middle left finger. He actually has 2 times where he was caught with a Band-Aid on his specifically middle left finger. And of course, John Podesta with a Band-Aid on his middle left finger. What are the odds? This is considered art. Fresh morning urine sprinkle over nightmare dreams. What does this mean? This is witchcraft. And if it's not, whoever let her put this exhibit on needs their head examined. Coagulated blood. This is disgusting.
No, dude.
Just a little person. Hillary Clinton's campaign manager's brother meets with her for spirit cooking dinner. Okay? Specifically spirit cooking dinners. These are the people you almost elected to run the country. Here's her carving a pentagram into her stomach. Okay? Here's one of her earlier rituals where she, in front of a crowd of people in front of a church, lit a pentagram on fire, laid down on it as it blazed. Even it gets a little out of control here. Now remember the exhibit Marina Abramovic had done with all the bloody cow bones, just looked like total carnage? Yeah, well here's Anthony Bourdain at that exhibit, naked for some reason, who knows why. Oh, and here he is with a fresh cut on his left middle finger.
Okay, well, you know, our own Whoopi used to do performance art. Yes,
I still do.
it still does. But one of the examples of performance art that made a lot of people talk and come into the museum, and I was one of them, was a woman named Marina Abramovic. I'm thinking of the part where she had two nude people standing and you had to walk between these two totally nude people. Maybe, I don't know whether it was art, it was really interesting. But the other thing she did was she just sat for hours and looked at you and talked the way I'm looking at you and just stared at you, didn't say anything for hours. Why is that, Art?
Is she on medication?
Believe me, this is not easy to do. It's actually quite amazing. She literally sat there for 7 or 8 hours at a time for 77 days. And you'd think, okay, how could that possibly be art? And yet what she did, because she was so vulnerable and in a way so generous, is she invited people essentially to share a moment with her. And some people sat for a few minutes, other people sat for 8 hours.
Say, she is the view, at least knows of her and talking about her. I agree. That's art. Here's Beyonce with her. Here's James Franco with her. Here's Jay-Z with her. William Dafoe with her. Here's Will Ferrell at one of her spirit cooking dinners, or Heaven's Gala, it's called. Gwen Stefani at the same dinner. This is a cake that was in the form of a human body that looks like it was massacred. Hey, let's take a pose with it. This is totally normal. Chris Rock with her. Courtney Love with her. Here's Spike Lee with her. Here's Usher with her. Nicole Richie at a dinner. Pam Anderson at that dinner. Here's Robert De Niro with her. All the people who screamed the loudest. With this lady right here. Don't tell me it's art. I've been an artist my whole life. Carving pentagrams into your stomach and standing and flaming pentagrams and doing weird blood rituals is not performance art. There is something deeper here. And it all has to do with blood, which we know now they are big fans of. Follow the White Rabbit. Here's Lady Gaga being asked about Marina Abramovic. It gets so flustered that she can't even talk. Now, this is a superstar. She's a superstar. But she gets flustered with this lady. Listen.
Our next question is by Marina Abramovic.
I was just speaking about her today. I am obsessed with this woman. She is so incredible.
Her question for you is, it's quite abstract. Who creates limits?
We do. We create our own limits. She is a limitless human being. She is so incredible. I went to go see her exhibit at MoMA. She is such an incredible piece of art in herself. She is limitless. She is limitless in every way that I can even, in my limit raven brain.
Can't even speak. What's going on with these people? Now, in contrast, here's Marina Abramovic speaking about Lady Gaga.
I'm very impressed by her because she's very intelligent and she has a talent and she go for it. You know, she doesn't really put the limits. She's fearless and she's free, which is very important and inspiring. I really think she was my best student.
She was my best student. What were you teaching her? Witchcraft? Apparently they went upstate New York and they studied together. What is going on? mean, this is like a horror movie. This is the Abramovic method that she taught her. What is going on here? I can't watch this anymore. Then you got stuff like this. Now listen to what she says. It's laughed off like a joke, but is it?
Do you record while the bus is moving, or does it have to come to a stop?
Yeah, well, sometimes they don't want to, and they're, Gaga, we can't get, the frequency's weird, and, it's sounding a little bit strange, and I'm like, if you don't get this right now, I swear to Lucifer, I'm gonna, I get a little bit mad.
Do you have a kitchen on the bus you cook?
He doesn't even comment on it. I swear to Lucifer. Who says that? Because Lucifer is their God, quote unquote. Here they are together at another creepy event. These things are so weird. And that is this event, the 20th Annual Watermill Center Summer Benefit. These are the type of exhibits that are there. Okay, this is what you just saw here. This is apparently honey. It's made to look like blood. Well, they say it's honey. Who knows what the frig it is? But here's an exhibit. I mean, you're drinking a blood exhibit. I mean, this is art. Here's some more people were at the event. Winona Ryder. And that exhibit at that event was Marina Abramovic's Devil's Haven. Hugh Jackman was even there. Things like this here. This is an exhibit. I mean, which brings us to this. And this was also in the exhibit. Now, this guy, people believe that he was someone who was found not too long after this, named Ryan Singleton, who was found in the Mojave Desert with his eyes, heart, lungs, kidney, and liver removed. And this looks like an older picture, but he does bear a striking resemblance. Now, this took place in New York, but that's just a theory. I don't know if there's any way you could ever actually prove that this was him. Oh, and also at this event, none other than Alex Soros. What do you know? But that's what this world is. Bill Clinton's chief of staff and Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, well, at least his brother, is going to spirit cooking dinners with Marina Abramovic. And remember her Heaven's Gala cocktail party, where the menu said post-human cocktails and how to survive mocha dinner, where there were bodies with human skeletons in the middle of the table, and where they massacred fake cakes in the shapes of human bodies, where everyone from Will Ferrell to Kirsten Dunst, to California Governor Jerry Brown, to Minnie Driver, to Rosanna Arquette, and many more attended. Well, the centerpieces on the tables for this event were human heads. And on the menu, pasta and walnuts. According to the FBI online pedophile code, pasta means little boy and walnut means person of color. Now remember how Tom Hanks and Madonna were both typing on their Corona typewriters out of nowhere a few days ago? Well, if you look at what Madonna wrote, the last line states, I could murder a bowl of pasta. But guys, Pizzagate is totally fake, okay? Whatever you do, do not read the WikiLeaks because it's a bunch of fake crap. You know, like this one that Hillary Clinton forwarded to Huma Abedin that says, I will be sacrificing a chicken in the backyard to Moloch. You know, Moloch, the Canaanite god associated with child sacrifice. I'm telling you, it's fake. Jimmy Comet from Ping Pong Pizza is a totally great guy. He's just joking around when he posts pictures of babies for $1,200. Guys, it's just a joke. Or this one where he's got a kid taped to a table, hashtag Paris James. Or this one where he's got a kid and money, again, hashtag Paris James. If only there was a Caribbean island named St. James. Oh wait, there is. It was Jeffrey Epstein's private island, Little St. James. You know, the one that Disney Cruise Lines used to take kids to? Here's another post by Jimmy Comet with a guy holding a kid, hashtag chicken lover. Well, a chicken lover is an adult male homosexual sexually attracted to underage males. Boy, that sure lends some context to this WikiLeaks. But come on, Jimmy Comet is a totally normal, good dude, and Pizzagate is totally fake, alright? The news told me so. Look, he was even in the White House playing ping pong with Obama. You remember Obama? The guy who keeps specifically cutting his middle left finger? Well, if only there was something that would explain why he keeps doing that. or how he could possibly spend $65,000 on pizza and hot dogs. Whoa, those must be some pretty expensive pizza and hot dogs. But man, if only there was something that linked all this together. But in light of what's happening, I think the theory that they spiked their adrenochrome, which comes from Wuhan, is very plausible. Now they all have the coronavirus, allegedly, and even people who don't, like Lady Gaga, are self-quarantining themselves. You know, who said, beware vampires, the blood you choose to suck, choose wisely, it may fill your pores from the inside out with a wicked poison unknown to you. Who's constantly doing different occult poses, like this, the one eye symbolism, coupled with the lightning bolt, which comes from the Bible verse, and Jesus beheld Satan as lightning from heaven, or in his native tongue, Barack Obama. Oh, what do we have here? Is that Ellen with an ankle bracelet? And she looks like she's panicking big time. Watch this.
Deck of cards, okay? They're all different. You can see that. I can't see them. I don't know what card is what. I'm going to pick a card. I'm going to call it out, and then I'm going to just find it, okay? 4 of hearts. 6 of hearts. It's very close. I'm going to try it 2 more times. 4 of hearts. 6 of diamonds. 1 more time. 4 of hearts. All right. Try to figure something out. That's not working.
Look at her right off the bat. She looks like she's aged 10 years in a freaking day. She seems like she's panicked. Cards all add up to 17, and then she says, try to figure something out. That's not working. All right? I think they have flipped this on its head, and the storm is here. And President Trump just tweeted out March 15th the thing we've been waiting for forever. So now it is reported that after destroying his life and the life of his wonderful family, is so freaking true, and many others, the FBI, working in conjunction with the Justice Department, has, quote, lost the records of General Michael Flynn. How convenient. I'm strongly considering a full pardon. And you see Praying Medic, great decode right here, posted a 129 on 315, which is both when they always said watch the watch. This one's at 129, and this one is at 315. So pretty much, this is the post. People have been waiting years for this post. And I believe if he is not let off, POTUS will pardon him. But this says it all right here. The world is at war with a hidden enemy. And what is war? Moves and counter moves. Just look at all the things that have happened since they released this virus. You got POTUS calling for a payroll tax cut. The taxes fund these animals. And of course you need some taxes to pay for roads and bridges and stuff. But if someone ever audited the Fed and saw just how little of our actual tax dollars goes towards these things, I'm sure it would blow everyone's mind. Since this has happened, hey, the borders are closed. Mexico and Canada closed their own borders. Parents are at home homeschooling their kids, so they're not getting indoctrinated by this commie garbage that's been in the schools. Abortions have been halted. You know, on average, every single day there's about 1,700 abortions. So every day that Planned Parenthood and these other places are closed, 1,700 lives are being saved. Just think about how many that'll be by the time this is over. You got stuff like this where White House confirms executive order that will end medical supply chain reliance on China. So much has been happening that things like this are even flying under the radar. Andrew Gillum getting busted in a hotel room with meth and a gay prostitute. This is the former mayor of Tallahassee, who was almost the governor. Look how close this is. He's about 80,000 votes away from being the governor of Florida. And finally, I will leave you with this. Queen Elizabeth gets locked out of Windsor Castle in an embarrassing gaffe. Reported everywhere on March 7th, 3-7. Or, if you're in England, 7-3. Where we go one, we go all.
Drug called
chloroquine. And some people would add to it hydroxychloroquine. So chloroquine or hydroxychloroquine. This is a common malaria drug, and it's shown very encouraging, very, very encouraging early results. And we're going to be able to make that drug available almost immediately. And that's where the FDA has been so good. They've gone through the approval process, it's been approved. And they took it down from many, many months to immediate. So we're going to be able to make that drug available.
So, like I told you, get this going. Basically, as I said, this is crazy, and people need to stop panicking and realize we're really not the ones so much in danger as much as these people taking this adrenochrome is. And notice they're all so-called warshipping or going to warship or taking a ship to war with Satan. Who is Satan or who is Lucifer, right? They're different deities and they mean different things, and they're actually Satan is actually the oldest god you're gonna find on earth. His name was Soot in Kemet, but that's neither here nor there. He showed a picture of the drug adrenochrome, which is an enhancement to your adrenal gland, obviously, which is the gland that gives you the energy you need to be excited and inspired and whatnot, which is what smoking affects. When you smoke, you kind of mess up your adrenal glands and whatnot. So that drug enhances their ability to perceive light, to perceive. This is why they perform so well. This is why they do stuff so good, and why the business is going, and why they have to put up these little signals and stuff to say, "Hey, I'm with it. I'm not gonna tell," or whatever the case may be, right? If we want to talk about all this conspiracy shit, but this is actual proof right here that it's getting real and it's actually being exposed. It wasn't no conspiracy theories. People just didn't know what they was talking about or didn't know how to talk about it. I didn't just come out the gate and just talk about a lot of this shit. Well, I have. I ain't gonna lie. I've taught a lot of different people, but anyway, Luciferin is a gene inside of you that you need to activate, which is what your ancestors are telling you to activate. But see, the problem with these corporations in Wuhan is that they're taking luciferin from children, hundreds and millions of them. This is going on every day, and this is being exposed. They have corporations for this. So now that coronavirus has been released, which is a counteractive to, I believe, that, which is what he was presenting. Like that was a really good. That was a really good assessment right there. Like you can't. All of the people who was taking an adrenochrome drug got infected with the coronavirus really fast. Like that's why everybody's all in a panic and stuff. And then like, oh, all of these celebrities are getting it, so that must mean we're gonna get it as fast as them. This shit is crazy. Like I'm in stores, man, and people are spraying everything. Y'all not like, look, if this is a real drug, you're not gonna stop it. I mean, excuse me, if this is a real airborne virus, like, and when I say real, not that coronavirus isn't real, but like a real harmful one, like the plague, you're gonna get infected. So don't even worry about not getting infected. If anything, you want to get infected faster. I'm not saying go out there and do something stupid like lick the fucking wall or something, but the faster you get the symptoms or the little pieces of viruses, the faster your body can recognize and get rid of it whenever it comes back in, because it's just kind of like chicken pox. You're not going to get it a second time, and if you do, your body will be ready to deal with it, right? So that's the whole point of that. So we're not in danger so much so as people on drugs and all of this other shit, or just don't have really good immune systems or respiratory systems. We need to look out for those people if they aren't, within this conundrum right here. But without further ado, I was going to stop the video right here, but I actually want to read something in this book called The Tutankhamun Prophecies by Maurice Cotterill, author of international bestsellers The Mayan Prophecies and the Super Gods, right? So he kind of compares all of the deities and stuff from different cultures and shows you how they're pretty much the same, such as Krishna, Christ, Buddha, Quetzalcoatl from Aztec or Kukulkan from, the Mayans, Viracocha in Peru, and so many other deities. Obatala, Heru. Anyway, we have something called sunspot cycles. This is part of why they want to block the sun out, because the sun affects fertility and it affects births, good births and defects. I'm not going to read that part, but I'm going to read the part that says how the sun affects the rise and fall of civilizations. And you can see, I don't know if you can really see this, but you can see kind of like a timeline with the different ages or whatnot, and cultures or whoever, or invaders, whatnot. But anyway, the bristlecone pine tree from the west coast to North America lives for as long as 4,000 years. Its tree rings contain information of past climate and solar activity. Since the year it was planted, very old bristlecone pines, which have long since turned to coal, provide records going back 8,000 years or so. From this, we know that the level of solar radiation varies substantially over great periods of time. American researcher John Eddy collected geophysical data on the bristlecone pine, and from it derived an envelope of variations in the sunspot cycle, going back 5,000 years, showing that the amount of solar radiation indeed varied with sunspot activity. If the solar hormone theory is correct, then fertility on Earth should have varied with the level of solar radiation throughout history. Eddy graphs proved that not only had the sun's radiation fluctuated greatly over the past 5,000 years, but radiation minima led to many ice ages on Earth. Professor Ian Nicholson, the Sun, 1979, in addition noted that Eddy's graphs, for some unknown reason, seem to follow the rise and fall of civilizations throughout history. As Nicholson says, the data is persuasive but not completely conclusive. The solar hormone theory explains away the enigma, as radiation from the sun reduces populations' decline in numbers. Remember, radiation causes inflammation. 5G can cause radiation, or just regular technology can if you're around too much of it and you ain't got no protection. Eating unhealthy foods can cause inflammation, like meat, dairy, all of this stuff. Candy, artificial sugar. You still need healthy 8 essential sugars like galactose which help produce galactose, but there's 8 essential sugars you need. But anyway, now this is part 4. Sunspots. Throughout history, civilizations have cataloged the presence of black spots on the sun's surface, which appear in a cycle peaking approximately every 11.5 years. In the middle of these mini cycles, as you know what virus came out about 11.5 years ago? I gotta look that up. As few as perhaps 5 pairs of spots might be visible through tinted plastic. At cycle maxima, perhaps 100 pairs of spots may appear on the surface. From 1645 to 1715, no sunspots were recorded. Magnetic disturbances associated with spots vary enormously from around 0.4 Gauss. Gauss being a measure of magnetic field strength, the Earth's magnetic field strength is 0.6 Gauss. At minima to around 4,000 Gauss at maximum. The 6,000-fold cyclical increase plays havoc with the sun, which showers off 6,000 times more particles in the solar wind. These in turn bombard the Earth, disrupting not just fertility but also human behavior through variations in biorhythmic hormones and other hormones known to cause schizophrenia, which is why everyone's panicking right now. Alright, how sunspots cause schizophrenia. A link has already been established between sunspots and virus pandemics on Earth. Now, this book is old. I'm going to read that again. How sunspots cause schizophrenia. A link has already been established between sunspots and virus pandemics on Earth in 1971, Nature magazine published the research of R.E. Hope Simpson, Nature 275.80, okay, 1978, which showed a remarkable coincidence between peaks in the 11.5-year sunspot cycle and influenza pandemics associated with antigenetic shifts in the virus. The virus mutated to a different variety with each successive sunspot cycle, showing that the sun's radiation can disrupt replication of a virus. In 1991, the Daily Telegraph reported that scientists had found a direct link between schizophrenia and influenza. 3rd of July 1991. Professor Robin Murray of the London Institute of Psychiatry said his research showed that there was an 88% increase in the number of babies who later developed schizophrenia, born in England in the spring of 1958 following the massive influenza pandemic. Sunspot maximum of 1957. The correlation is conclusive from 1939 onwards. Putting these two reports together, Hope Simpson shows a link between sunspots and viruses, and Murray shows a link between viruses and schizophrenia. It becomes clear that radiation from the sun is causing variations in hormones leading to schizophrenia. This electromagnetic view also explains away another enigma perplexing scientists who cannot understand why rates of schizophrenia in West Indian immigrants is higher in England compared with figures for the indigenous population of the West Indies, and higher than those of the progeny of West Indians born in England. This is quite simply due to biorhythmic desynchronization. Whenever an organism is removed from its place of birth to a different geographical point on the surface of the Earth, it is subjected to a different combination of magnetic fields from the sun and Earth together. Because, goddamn. Okay, where are we at? Because the Earth's field will have changed, this is how the homing pigeon finds its way home. This different magnetic field through the process of electrochemical transduction disrupts hormone levels throughout the endocrine system. In its simplest sense, we call this homesickness. The body, like the pigeon, simply wishes to return to the geographical place on the Earth's surface where it was conceived, where its endocrine system was in equilibrium, which is why black people need to go to the equator. So you ain't got to go to Africa, but you need to go somewhere near Florida, Mexico, somewhere where they keep trying to make sound like a bad place, which it ain't. Depends on how you operate, right? So, okay. Homesickness is a biochemical response, like jet lag, to a shift in magnetism affecting the endocrine system. The higher incidence in schizophrenia can be ascribed to the same phenomenon. The picture is slightly more complicated in the case of homing pigeon, which appears to have an erasable programmable memory, enabling it to rehome to new geographical locations. Okay. Now, there's another section called How the Sun Controls Biorhythms, but I already told y'all what book. Like, it's a section called How the Sun Causes Cancers, and I have plenty of other books that explain all of this stuff. Now, notice it was talking about the virus pandemic of influenza in conglomeration with the 11.5-year sunspot cycle that affects fertility, biorhythms, behaviors in humans and animals, which is why everyone's panicking. Now, if you don't know this information, you're just going to be going all over the place listening to people and just going all with the waves. Like, that one little section right there. Now, I got another part that I'm going to read to y'all, and this is going to be astrology related. I was going to wait, but I can't wait. I might as well just get this out the way now. I think we got people still watching, right? Still say 3 watching now. I think that one of them's me, and I got 2 other people out there. So this is what we gonna do, right? We gonna grab this here. No, yeah, we're going right here. We're gonna use planetwatcher.com. Right now, Saturn is in Aquarius at 0 degrees. This is why I chose now to do this, to expose this, because the specific star Saturn is at, and if you don't understand astrology and all of that, cool. The moon itself affects the tides of the earth. We're made up of mostly water. So you don't think the moon affect you when it moves, and other planets which are gas planets affect you biologically? Let's get to it, right? Cool. So Jupiter, Pluto, Mars are all in Capricorn. Mercury, Neptune, and the moon is in Pisces, but we gonna move that up. We gonna go ahead and see what's going on later, right? Because the Aries moon is about to happen, and I'm also exposing this during somewhat of a dark moon. I don't think the new moon, the sign before the new moon, is the dark moon, but it could be considered the damn dark moon, right? So okay, so whoa, I think it's gonna be at 4:40 a.m. on the 24th. So it's not today. Okay, no, it's not at 4:40 a.m. 4:44 a.m. But okay, let's just say 4:40 a.m. Right? We got Saturn at 0 degrees of Aquarius finally, where we're gonna start establishing connections between different groups of people, and people are gonna start, recruiting other people, and you're gonna start getting into groups that you can relate to more and whatnot. But Saturn's gonna retrograde, so you gotta kind of like dibble and dabble out of these different sectors and kind of build a life, like not build, but try to get a peek into the future of what can be. And then when it goes retrograde, contemplate how you want to structure your life going forward, right? But either way, I'm not sure like what house this is in for everybody and whatnot. But I guess if I feel like I'm not going, like I'm already 4 hours in, and I'm just now getting to astrology, I had to address all the other stuff first, just so people can understand this ain't a joke. And I connect astrology to everything, and I'm going to show you how astrology is connected to everything. And I'm going to show you that people talking shit about astrology don't know what they're talking about, because thousands of years of research have gone into this. And when I say thousands, I'm talking hundreds of thousands. Every 26,000 years, we get a recycle of all of the ages, right? Because the vernal equinox, which stays in the same area, well, it changes 1 degree every 1,000 years, but we don't even count that in astrology. But the vernal equinox is always 0 degree Aries. The vernal equinox, based on tropical astrology, is local space. Then we have sidereal astrology, which is the path of the moon. Tropical is the path of the sun. The path of the moon is based on deep space. So the sun is the light projected from deep space. So that's why the sun kind of dictates our modality and not modality, but our point of view in this life. The moon is kind of like our subconscious, or our is our mind. The moon is your actual mind, and it emanates from the heart. Mercury is how the mind thinks. It's not the mind. It's how the mind functions. And then Mars is kind of like your passion, your archetype, and whatnot, right? Whatever. But anyway, without further ado, we got all of these planets doing what they're doing, and I know I made a few posts on Facebook talking about the journey through the duat, which we're pretty much still going through. Now that the North Node is at 3 degrees Cancer, and the South Node is at 3 degrees Capricorn and 41 light minutes. 3 degrees Capricorn is the beginning of the duat in tropical astrology. It's at 8 degrees in sidereal astrology, right? But K2, or the South Node, is represented by the ancient deity of Hindu religion called Ganesha. Ganesha is headless, but he's represented by an elephant. But he's all knowing, and has to do something with the creation story and the beginning of time, right? So we're kind of going through the duat is bringing up basically all of the past karma, from the root of past karma, because it's nakshatra in sidereal astrology is the Mula nakshatra, and K2 actually rules the Mula nakshatra, and it's going to be in this region for the next year and a half or so. So not even a year and a half, maybe like 8 months or something. But anyway, with Jupiter just 20 degrees away is kind of out of the orb for a conjunction, but it's still conjunct by signs. So Jupiter has a lot to do with the rulership of Sagittarius, which K2 is going inside of and is already in sidereal astrology, right? So I'm going to take you to the fixed stars, and the new moon in Aries is going to be great because it is going, that is my south node and north node in my birth chart. Okay, so it's your time. Like, you need whatever, you listening to this for a reason, so definitely pay attention to what I'm about to say. So I don't know if you got any Aquarius planets, but whoever has 0 and 1 degree Aquarius, check this out, right? And this is going to affect everybody. But before I even read all of this, I need to go to the, so it's a website I like to go to that kind of catalog a lot of the different fixed stars that are actually recognized in most systems. And there are a bunch of other fixed stars that have a lot of, lore to them and whatever, but when you understand that fixed stars are based on longitude and declinational projection, then you kind of understand that you can get more out of just any type of random reading instead of just going by some random horoscope. You can actually look to see what ancient culture said about certain stars and certain signs, and what scientists have said about certain stars, which we can look at through astronomy. Like, for the fact that stars are classified as A, B, O, Eta, E, just kind of like how blood types are, blood type O, A, B. You can kind of match them up with the stars a little bit. And this kind of tells you what type of gases they give off and whatnot, right? Because we're like, in this whole alien extraterrestrial thing, man. I got this from Inky, right? Extraterrestrial is us. I didn't get this from Inky. I got this from a lot of different people. I'm not gonna lie, in a lot of different books I've read. But Inky is one of my teachers, and I like to refer to his perspective because he gives a lot of he's tapped into a lot of the ancient cultures and the actual science of today and antiquity. So I like to kind of piggyback off him a little bit. But astrology is my arena. So I'm going to put this together, right? We got Saturn at 0 degrees Aquarius right now, which is tropically at 7 degrees Capricorn or something. Sidereally at 7 degrees Capricorn. Now we're going to go to the fixed star Altair, even though Saturn right now is at Taurus. It's actually at all three of these. Sham, Alberio, but we're going to look at Altair because this one kind of relates to what's going on right now. So this fixed star is Alpha Aquila. And Aquila, the eagle, is a form Jupiter took on to copulate with one of the goddesses, right? Because, he used to take different forms, and he was basically promiscuous in the Greek terms. But Jupiter is Amun. That's that dude. You can just go look on Google, type in Zeus Amun, and you're going to see that Zeus is Amun. It's the same dude. So Jupiter, Zeus, and Amun are the same people. So it's Ptah and Osiris, but those are different forms, and we can get into the science another time, right? But anyway, so Altair is a pale yellow star in the neck of the eagle. Altair is from a part of the Arabic name for the constellation, but occasionally is written Altair, or Ater, in Ater. I think I said some of that right. This last reader of Ben-Hur will remember as the name of one of the Sheikh Edom's horses in the chariot race at Antioch, and the word has been altered to Alkir, and Alkar. Whatever, however you want to pronounce those. In the syntaxes, it was Aetos, Greek for eagle. One of the 2nd century Greek astronomer Ptolemy's few stellar titles probably first applied to the star Alpha Aquila, and after the formation of the figure constellation Aquila, transferred to the latter, as in other instances in the early days of astronomy. Even 6 or 7 centuries before Ptolemy, it was referred to as Aetos, Greek for eagle. where the chorus in the Rhesus, until recently attributed Euripides said, or Euripides, what is the star now passing? The answer being, the Pleiades show themselves in the east, the eagle soars in the summit of heaven. It is supposed that long antecedent to this, it was the Euphratean Idu, or Idiu, the eagle or Irigu, the powerful bird. Inscriptions to this effect being quoted by Brown, who thinks that it also was the Persian Muru, the bird. The Sogdian Iranian shed Mashir, and the Khwarezmian, which is east of Persia, and also South Africa too. That's interesting. Sadmazij, the noble falcon. So, they got a lot of different, nomenclatures for this star, basically. But, let me see. Is that even important? This is not important. It is, but, okay. These three stars, right? Altair, which is where Saturn is at. Well, Saturn is at all three of these stars, actually. So, I could read a lot of this other stuff, but I want to get to the point. But these three stars constituted the 21st nakshatra, or Hindu moon mansion, Shravana. I don't know why they got a C right here for this one, but it normally starts with an S. The ear, and probably was at first so drawn, although also known as Krona, lame, or as Agvata, the sacred fig tree. And mission figs are very good for women who have fibroids. Vishnu, being regent of the asterism, these stars represented the 3 footsteps with which that God strode through the heavens, a trident being the symbol. They mention Vishnu because Vishnu is also Jupiter. Vishnu, Brahma, and Shiva are all epithets of Krishna, Christ. They just take on different forms. Shiva the destroyer, Brahma the creator, Vishnu the sustainer. It's the same dude in different modalities. Vishnu's incarnate is also Krishna, and Krishna is Vishnu. But that's because we got to read from different registers when we reading our ancestors' work instead of just looking at anything or just saying anything. In China, these 3 stars were Hoku, a river drum. In astrology, Altair was a mischief maker and portended danger from reptiles. Now, I know y'all like to talk about reptilians and whatnot, so I guess that might mean something to some of y'all, but I'll get into the reptilian conversation another day. It marks the junction of the right wing with the body of the eagle. 5 degrees to the eastward of Altair lies the radiant point of the Aquiles, the meteor stream. Now, that might be something they also trying to block out, some meteors, right? Okay, we read that. We're not talking about the moon. Originally called Vulture Volans, or the flying gripe, Aquila represents the eagle, thought to be Jupiter himself, that carried Ganymedes, who is Aquarius, to heaven. According to Ptolemy, the influence of Aquila is similar to that of Mars and Jupiter. It is said to give great imagination, strong passions, indomitable will, a dominating character, influence over others, clairvoyance, a keen penetrating mind, and ability for chemical research, like I was just showing you. My chemical research. Coronavirus. It has always been associated, and Saturn represents a physician. Saturn is the chemist, the alchemist. So, okay, it has always been associated with the sign Scorpio, and by the Kabbalists with the Hebrew letter Vav, the 6 tarot trump the lovers, if you're into tarot. Antinous is now taken as part of this constellation. Altair is said to be included, and those stars south of Altair are Beta, Alshane, Gamma, Tarzit, Iota, Eta, and Lambda. Antinous lies just south of Altair and Aquila. No astrological influences were suggested for this constellation by the ancients. Now, see how the integrity is when they're talking about certain stars, they don't have information on every star. There's real research to this. But it seems to have been associated with the ideas of passion, love, and friendship. For certain of its component stars were named Al-Kahalamian, or whatever the hell that says. The 2 friends by the Arabs and the Kabbalists associated it with the Hebrew letter Vav, and the 6 tarot trump the lovers. It has also been said to give a love of swimming and to be connected with certain sex irregularities. Okay, it's definitely late. It is 6:55 a.m. I've been live for like 5 hours. Excuse me. Catamite pedophilia associations. We were just talking about celebrities buying children, hot dogs, and whatever they, termed them as. Involving young boys and older men. See the Aquila constellation page for related myths and stories, the latter probably being greatest in that part of the constellation lying in Capricorn. The eagle soars to the heights, the bird of mighty Jupiter carrying thunderbolts. It is a bird worthy of Jupiter in the sky, which it furnishes with awful armaments. This bird brings back the thunderbolts which Jupiter has flung and fights in the service of heaven. He that is born on earth in the hour of its rising will grow up bent on spoil and plunder. One, even with bloodshed, he will draw no line between peace and war, between citizen and foe, and when he is short of men to kill, he will engage in butchery of beasts. He is a law unto himself, and rushes violently wherever his fancy takes him. In his eyes to show contempt for everything merits praise. Yet should perchance his aggressiveness be enlisted in a righteous cause, depravity will turn into virtue, and he will succeed in bringing wars to a conclusion and enriching his country with glorious triumphs. And since the eagle does not wield, but supplies weapons, seeing that it brings back and restores to Jupiter the fires and bolts he has hurled, in time of war such a man will be the aid of a king or some mighty general, and his strength will render them important service. Now you saw it mention pedophilia and Jupiter basically saving people from depravity for a righteous cause and whatnot. Depravity will turn into virtue. So whoever the Herus out there are, the light workers or the light bearers or whatever you want to call yourself, get to exposing this shit. I just gave you a bunch of sources, some herbs. Expound from there, like branch from there, and do what you gotta do. Now, with Saturn here, it tells you what each planet means when it comes here. But hold on, we ain't gonna read that yet. Opinions are divided as to the exact nature of this star. Ptolemy gives Mars and Jupiter, Wilson, Saturn and Mercury, Semonite, Uranus, and Alvidas. I'm gonna go over the ascendants. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Or I'm gonna just go over each sign so that everybody can kind of see what's going on. But I'm not going to do that long for each sign. I'm going to just do a little brief. Uranus and Mercury in sextile to the Sun. It confers a bold, confident, valiant, unyielding, ambitious, and liberal nature. Great and sudden but ephemeral wealth in a position of command makes its natives guilty of bloodshed and gives danger from reptiles. Associated in that's with people with this star with certain planets here. Now I think the Sun here is not bad though. Yeah, see, I actually know somebody with the Sun here, and I'm pretty sure she's listening. Public honor, notoriety, favors from superiors, many friends, and some envious ones who cause trouble through writing, some ill health and losses, danger, and bites from venomous animals. Now, since Saturn is here, it says sorrow and disappointment, mental disturbance. Remember, I just showed you an excerpt from the Tutankhamun prophecies about the sunspot cycles and how it affects fertility and it causes schizophrenia through the endocrine system being affected, right? Now, what is it? Hold on, where we at? Or hospital treatment and probably death there. Separation from family or parents. Danger of accident involving inability to work or lifelong affliction. So a lot of people might be afflicted for life from this shit. Now, I know a lot of people not into astrology, but you can't say everything I just read didn't associate with everything I just showed you. Okay? Now, after I go through each sign for what how this is going to affect people, and this can work for your sun, moon, ascendant, Jupiter, any planet you want to put. Just think of the archetype of the planet and think about what I said and just change the words up to fit the planet or aspect I'm talking about. Now, for Aries, Saturn is going to be in your 11th house, so you're going to see a lot of social reform going on, and you're probably going to be in the front lines to deal with a lot of that social reform. So it sextiles you, so it's going to be favorable if you can kind of pace yourself and get into unique things you can kind of build up for yourself and network with the right people to build that. All right. And during the new moon, you're gonna it's your new moon, so you're gonna initiate a lot of that. So you're actually gonna go out there and actually start getting this stuff buzzing. And since Saturn rules Aries' 10th and 11th house, it's gonna be business and network related. So it's probably gonna be doing a lot of stuff online while we're going through this panic, right? Taurus ascendants or Sun and Moon or whatever. You got Venus and Uranus in your first house, so you kind of got like a lot of unique ideas to get people into they're into valuable endeavors instead of just doing anything for the sake of it. Even though Uranus can kind of get somebody into something random, but it's going to be more like exotic material, exotic interests. That's how I kind of explain Uranus and Venus together, exotic interests. So Taurus with Saturn in your 10th house ruling your 9th house and 10th house, you're going to be publishing a lot of these exotic interests in certain ways. You're going to be publishing a lot, to be honest, and you're going to be very public about it. That's all I'm going to say about that. And with the new moon in your 12th house, it's going to be a desire you've had for a very long time. Like a lot of Taurus is secretly excited about this. So I'll say just capitalize on it. Gemini ascendants, this Saturn is going to be in your 9th house, ruling your 8th and 9th houses. So some type of resource that you have is going to be very beneficial to teaching other people. Or not beneficial to teaching, it's going to be very useful for teaching other people and very beneficial to people. That's what I meant to say. You might have a lot of secrets that might come out, but it's going to teach you or other people how to be more authentic in their ability to learn and go deep within and actually do some real research. Like Gemini ascendants is really about to be showing people how to do some research and sharing a lot of this stuff. But anyway, we're going on. Cancers. Saturn is in y'all 8th house, ruling your 7th and 8th house. So it's all about relationships and contracts, commitments and marriages, and other people in general. So you probably feel Saturn is exalted from the 7th house, so it's coming from a good place, but it's going into the 8th house where it has a little trouble there, right? You might not be able to cope exactly with how people want to commit to you. It might be very unique ways that people want to build with you, and you might not be into the way they want to court you or something like that. I don't know, but you got the North Node in your sign, so you should be following your path right now before it, like you got 3 degrees or so before it goes out of there. So yeah, you might want to make sure you figure out how you want to go about dealing with these people. But I need to keep going. The new moon in Aries will be in Cancer's 10th house. So something about these connections and these commitments is going to change the way people see you publicly. Like they might think you got like a new, I don't know, like a new way of doing things or some type of new job or something. That's what that sounds like. One of these connections is going to bring a new job. That's what I think that is. But it's going to be something spontaneous, and since it's Aries, it might be quick, and you might need to just get your bearings and get up out of there, since Cancers have the 10th house in Aries, which is why business might not last that long for Cancer ascendants, suns, and moons. But a Cancer who can adapt to different scenarios can handle that Aries 10th house, right? But anyway, Leo. Saturn is going to be in your 7th house, ruling your 6th and 7th house. So Saturn is actually exalted in the 7th house and is at home in Aquarius for every sign, right? So with it being in the 7th house, though, it's going to give you very, very specific authority over other people in your life. And maybe not authority if you're not in that boss position, but it's going to make it so when you build with other people, it's going to be solid and it's going to stick for a lifetime. And with the new moon happening in your 9th house, you're going to be going abroad, meeting new people and all type of stuff, and teaching a new way to feel and perceive a lot of what's going on right now, right? Because we talking about being heroes or whatever, and light workers, and healing people from tyranny. Virgo ascendant, moon, suns, basically y'all got Saturn in the 6th house, so you like, yeah, we finna get this finally get to express my actually what I want to express and not worry about being judged because it's coming from your fifth house of expression and it's in your sixth house and it rules both of these houses, right? Saturn doesn't necessarily like the fifth house, but it was doing good there in the sense that you were able to kind of take what came in your vicinity and kind of change it to what you want to change, right? Now, when it goes into your sixth house, you'll be able to start doing this stuff every day. So now you'll realize that you don't have to be a Virgo that has to be so specific by yourself, but things that specifically are catering to you, you can actually focus your attention on. Now, with the new moon in your eighth house in Aries, something inside of you is just going to spark to where you just start doing this stuff every day. Because remember that sun and moon is sextile Saturn right now. Or when the new moon comes, it's going to be sextile Saturn. So something, yeah, you're going to be lighting a fire to some shit. Libras, okay. Libra Saturn is coming from your fourth house and going into the fifth house where it rules both of these signs again. Now, it's a few things with this, right? As far as creative pursuits are concerned and investments, you're going to be able to find all type of new corridors to invest in, basically. That's what I see Saturn opening up for you. And you may be able to demonstrate or broadcast a lot of this different stuff that's going on in a way other people can't do it. And it's going to be able to be presentable and it's going to be attractive. So when you think about it that way, you don't have to worry about the stability you do or don't have coming from your fourth house because you're about to create new inventive ways to actually invest in yourself and in your expression types. Now with when it comes to like, people you're interested in or whatnot, or your children and family, may not have time for all of that, or there could be a method to your madness. Basically, I'll say that. Now, with the new moon in your seventh house, this is actually initiating a new relationship or finally bringing into an existence a desirable relationship that you can capitalize on with Saturn in that area. But the person got to be able to work with you, right? And this is for all Libras of all types. Anyway, Scorpios, this is happening in your fourth house, or Saturn is going into your fourth house, leaving the third house where it rules. Saturn is going to release a lot of mental tension and stressful, ways of thinking about your environment, or thinking that you got to kind of like minimalize what you do in your environment just so you can have a creative home environment. You don't have to do that no more. That's all I got to say about that. And then with the new moon in your sixth house, you're going to be finding new ways to do things every day that actually help you maneuver around differently in that vicinity you're in. Sagittarius, Saturn is going into your third house, leaving your second house where it rules. Now, obviously, everybody's been talking about how Sagittarius has been going through it when it comes to finance and all of this, that, and the other. But it's really just, all it is just reforming Sagittarius' value system so they can be prepared to be frontline for this upcoming pandemic, which to me right now ain't really a pandemic. Like, a lot of this stuff has already been exposed. We've been dealing with viruses. We've been doing all of this, and we've had people sign martial law before. But now you done seen footage of trucks coming out and people doing real blood sacrifices, not no just speculation with a little picture, the little triangle or something. No, like some real shit, contracts, articles, all that. Like, stop playing. Anyway, Sagittarius, the new moon in your fifth house is gonna have you expressing like you've never expressed before, because it's gonna be next to Chiron, and you're gonna be feeling like, man, look, I'm crippled in my expression. I've been holding back. It's about time that shit is over with. That's what I gotta say about y'all. Now, Capricorns, y'all just had Saturn leave you for a second, so you kind of looking around like, dang. At first, I was building myself up, but now I'm building myself up because the second house kind of represents the self in certain ways, and your self values, just like the first house. So it's not going to be too much different. It's just going to be at a different voltage or a higher voltage to where you're going to be moving and assessing different things that you didn't know could be moved and assessed before it was in your second house. But it's going to retrograde back, so do everything you can for these next few months until what, June or July, when it goes back. With the new moon in your fourth house, you're going to be very private about different initiations that you're doing. You probably got, actually, yeah, you probably have some investments that you don't even tell people about, but it's going to be very beneficial for the whole, like basically everybody in your vicinity. Aquarius, Saturn just entered your sign and left your 12th house, so all of the confusing breakdowns people been having, or breakdowns these structures have been having that you've been looking at and you've just been amazed at, it's going in your first house now, and now it's like, so all of this was happening so I could create my story. Aquarius is about to write their story, which everybody been waiting to hear. With the new moon in Aquarius' third house, they're going to be talking about this, their subconscious, because all that third house is sextile in the first house. So they personally are going to come out and tell your ass what it is and what it's about. Pisces, all of you Pisces, you got Neptune and Mercury in your first house, which I'm going to address real quick. So kind of like y'all personally are bringing forth spiritual messages to people that they don't understand, but you might not be communicating them that well either. So you kind of got to show people and then like give them like a show type shit. So with that being said, you got Saturn in your 12th house now, leaving your 11th house. So all of this stuff you've been doing with organizations and different things is going to kind of get a little shut down for you, but not really. You're going to take those organizations that you've been, associating with, and you're going to take them into a private setting. You're going to be building more on like you'll be doing Patreons and having people pay for them and shit. Like that's what y'all going to be doing. Because in your second house, you're initiating a new business. I wouldn't say new business, but a new way to build finances. And with all of that in your 12th house coming from your 11th house, I can see that it has to do with other people and healing others in very specific ways. So that's all I want to say about the astrology segment. I'm going to do another video for all of that. Yeah, I'm going to do another video for this too, because I'm already damn near 5 hours in and it's still people watching somewhat. This is a video I'm going to show you that kind of explains what I mean by the 7th seal will break April 15th, because the 7-year tribulation from the Bible started 6 years ago. The 7th year is going to start, so this is the end of the 6th year. It's going to start, and then when Saturn goes back into Aquarius after retrograding this year, and it goes back into Aquarius next year, that's going to be the end of the 7-year tribulation, where all of the archangels, all of the light bearers, light workers, whatever simile you want to put in there, have been tested enough to initiate a new world themselves. Now we're gonna watch this, right? So, cause my man, like, I like to show, like, if I can explain a lot of this stuff to you, but I'm gonna show you other people's videos, cause I have an 11th house stellium, and I know how to connect information and whatnot, and I know how to connect people and make sense of everything and give it to the people. Like, that's just what I do. So I'm gonna show you this guy because he explains the 7-year tribulation in relation to the blood moon, which I'm going to do a whole nother video on this, because each one of these blood moons were at alpha stars or beta stars in either Libra or Aries. And we're about to have another one. Appreciate it. Let's get it. Alright, I'm about to watch this now.
This is Dabu7. I want to share with you guys a lot of interesting information as quickly and the best I can here on these 4 blood moon tetrads that are about to take place. Amazing information. You might be asking, what are the 4 blood moon tetrads? Well, this is a rare event that has happened only 3 times in the past 500 years. With that said, I'm going to go through a few different slides here and photos and show you exactly what they are. This is a rare event, and the blood moon is the full lunar eclipse, And when this happens in the set of 4, it's called a tetrad. This, in the past 500 years, has happened in 1493 to 94. This was the fall of Spain. The Jews were expelled, and Columbus discovered America, and everybody got to go to the new land, the free land. In 4950, it happened again, and this happened right after Israel became its own nation. Okay? In 67, 68, the Six-Day War occurred, and Jerusalem became part of the state. Since then, nothing's happened. Now, April 15, 2014, it begins again. On that date, it is the Jewish Passover. And the next one after that, October 8th, 2014, the Feast of Tabernacles. Then you have a series of solar eclipses that happen in this event. One of them being a perfect solar eclipse that happens dead center March 20th, and it just so happens to be the Jewish New Year. What are the odds of that? Looking at the association there with the moon. Now, Luke 21, you will see the signs in the moon and stars and the sun, and when you see them, lift your head, your redemption draws nigh. In Joel, the day of the Lord will come when the sun refuses to shine. Now, when they say no one knows the time of when this is going to happen, but they say look for the signs in the stars and the moon, well, this is what we are doing.
I already did that for you.
We are looking for the signs. What would you look for if you were going to look for signs? What occurs with the moon? Well, eclipses. They're rare and they hold a lot of meaning. So these blood moons and these eclipses are significant. So we go looking for patterns. And what do we find? We find these blood moon tetrads taking place. And when you look at the time scale, this gets even more interesting. Because then everything breaks down into perspective. You want to think about possible 7-year tribulation ranges, when it began, when it could possibly begin. Well, I'm looking at the stars, the sun, the moon, and looking for signs. Well, right out the gate, I'm looking right now at this tetrad staring me right in the face that is about to begin April 15th, all the way through 2015. Roughly a year from now, it will be midway through this tetrad. Okay, that will be a significant time in my opinion. March 20th, in the middle of this tetrad, will land the perfect eclipse here on the Jewish New Year. Now, what I want to point out here is if you go perfectly from the middle of this tetrad, which is about to begin, and you go out of time, and half a times, 42 months, you will land at July 27th, 2018, and it just so happens, and what are the odds, that it is a blood moon, and not only any old blood moon, it is the central blood moon of a triad. These look like...
Now, I know he said the 3.5 year mark is going to hit that middle moon, basically the middle blood moon, but I'm saying it's the 7th year because it started, the first blood moon came in April 15, 2014, 6 years ago. We about to hit April 15th again, and the fixed star that it's going to be at is another star associated with the same stars that these blood moons was at, which is what I found just, doing regular astrology. So, and I think, I'll get into more of that in another video, and then I have an excerpt from this. Ooh, okay. I have another excerpt from this book I'm going to read about the 7-year tribulation.
Significant markers to me.
And then we're going to end the video.
Jewish faith knows it because they've marked their holidays on them. And right here sits a time, and half a time frame perfectly into 2018, and this rides out and all the way out into 2022. So when looking at the moon, the sun, and the stars, and what we've seen, the four comets, linear, Lovejoy, Inky, Iceland coming into as harbingers right before this whole thing's kicked off. And now we have this tetrad, the fourth in the past 500 years. Very rare, and it is landing on all of these Jewish holidays. Do you think they know something? You can bet on it. And exactly 42 months from the dead center of this tetrad lies the central blood moon. The odds of all of this are 1 in a billion, folks, I'm telling you. The fact that there's 4 blood moons, period, that happens very rarely, only a couple times in hundreds of years, and that it lands exactly on these Jewish holidays, and then throw the eclipses in that happen dead center, the perfect one, that happens to be right on the Jewish New Year. It gets to be a bit much, but it is true. And this is the information that I wanted to share with you guys today. So you can bet a lot more people than us right here now know this. And obviously whole religions and faiths and holidays are based upon this, whether people realize it or not. I see it as a significant marker. I wanted to point it out. I'll leave links to everything so you guys can check it out. But I think that this is a sign. I don't see what other kind of sign you're going to get besides over comets coming into the inner solar system, blood moons, and eclipses all lining up. This is it. Eyes to the skies, guys. Stay sharp. This is W 7. Peace.
Okay, now I'm about to read this excerpt real quick, and then we are going to close out. Now, it's from the Tutankhamun Prophecies again. Now, it's the same book that was talking about the sunspot cycles with the pandemic of the virus being related to fertility and less births and all of that. And I just showed you fewer births among the white populations and all of that, right? And Bill Gates blocking out the sun, right? Okay. The opening of the seals. Revelation chapter 5 verses 1 to 14 continues. And I saw in the right hand of him that sat on the throne a book written within on the backside, sealed with 7 seals. And I saw a strong angel proclaiming with a loud voice, who is worthy to open the book and to loose the seals thereof. And no man in heaven nor in earth, neither under the earth, we're going to get into that, right? One day, was able to open the book, neither to look thereon. And one of the elders raised unto me, weep not. Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David. Now, King David was Tutmos the fourth. His son, King Solomon, I forgot who Solomon was, but Solomon's son in Egypt was Akhenaten, who had a priest named Mosiah. Anyway, and one of the, Behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the root of David, hath prevailed to open the book and to loose the 7 seals thereof. And I behold, and lo, in the midst of the throne and of the 4 beasts, and in the midst of the elders stood a lamb as it has been slain. A lamb, like the Aries, kind of like the ram somewhat, being sacrificed on the spring equinox. And lo and behold, April 15th is still Aries season. And they sung a new song, saying, Thou art worthy to take the book and open the seals thereof. For thou wast slain and hast redeemed us to God by thy blood out of every kindred and tongue and people and nation, and hast made us unto our God kings and priests, and we shall reign on earth. Chapter 6, verses 1 to 17. And I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, and I heard, as it were, the noise of thunder, one of the beasts saying, Come and see. And I saw, and behold, a white horse, and he sat on him, and had a bow, and a crown was given unto him. And he went forth conquering and to conquer. And when he had opened the second seal, I heard the second beast say, "Come and see." And there went out another horse, and was red in the power. Another horse was red, kind of like one of these tetrads. And the power was given to him that sat thereon to take peace from the earth, and that they should kill one another. And there was given unto him a great sword, truth. And when he had opened the third seal, I had the third beast say, come and see. And I behold, and lo, a black horse, and he that sat on him had a pair of balances in his hand. And I heard a voice in the midst of the four beasts say, A measure of wheat for a penny, and 3 measures of barley for a penny, and see thou hurt not the oil and the wine. And when he had opened the fourth seal, I heard the voice of the fourth beast say, Come and see. And I looked, and beheld a pale horse, and his name that sat on him was Death, and hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth to kill with sword, truth or lies, and unto them over the fourth part of the earth to kill with sword, and with hunger. I read the same sentence. And with hunger, and with death, and with the beasts of the earth. And when he had opened the fifth seal, I saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of God and for the testimony which they had. And they cried with a loud voice, saying, How long, O Lord, holy and true, dost thou not judge and avenge our blood on them that dwell on earth? Blood moons. And white robes were given unto every one of them, and it was said unto them that they should rest yet for a little season, until their fellow servants also and their brethren that should be killed as they were should be fulfilled. And I beheld when he had opened the sixth seal, and lo, there was a great earthquake, and the sun became black as sackcloth of hair, and the moon became as blood. And the stars of heaven fell unto the earth, even as a fig tree casteth her untimely figs when she is shaken of a mighty wind. And the heaven departed as a scroll when it is rolled together, and every mountain and island were moved out of their places. Now, this is the sixth seal, right? The sixth seal happened 2019. This is January 21st, 2019, with that blood moon that happened. Beginning of the year. For the great day of wrath is come, and who shall be able to stand? And when he had opened the seventh seal, there was silence in heaven about the space of half an hour. Sometime after this apocalypse of fires and plagues takes place, it seems likely that the book of 7 seals is in part refers to the decoding, loosening of the seals. Now this is not the verses no more. This is the dude in the book talking. So it seems likely that the book of 7 seals in part refers to the decoding, loosening of the seals of Tutankhamun's tomb, King Tut. They just, for the first time, took King Tut out of his tomb. No, not for the first time. For the first time in a long time or something like that. But look that up. They took King Tut out of... Hold on. Actually, let me look that up. Let me stop playing. Before I even continue. I'm trying to rush. And we on quarantine. Ain't no rushing, right? You know rushing. Okay, they got a bunch of bullshit up here. Hold on. Taking. Hold on. Okay, yeah, here we go. What? History uncovered. I don't want to see Hitler. Okay, now, before I continue this, after 3,300 years, and in this book it says these kings resurrect every 3,000 years. That's why they had to do the mummies, because they had to return, right? After 3,300 years, King Tut's coffin leaves his tomb for the first time ever. Now, this is after the sixth seal broke. This was updated March 14th, 2020. Look what they doing. Look what they doing to the real Jesus. This is the real Jesus. This is the principles that Jesus represent, who actually is Titus Flavius, a Roman emperor hero, who, just like Jesus was outside of Jerusalem in the Bible, they took after his principles. He acted as in the image of his father, Akhenaten, who didn't die after he left Egypt. He actually went down the Nile, because they had a mistranslation in the Bible. They put the Red Sea. It's actually the Reed Sea. The Reed Sea is the Nile. So they got the whole world tricked thinking they went to Jerusalem, to Mount Sinai over there or some shit. But he actually went to Mount Kenya, where his ancestors were, the Nubians. And he took some of the Caucasians with him because they were good to him. And he gave them a doctrine. This is the Bible, where the Bible comes from. He was like, look, y'all don't really understand this ancient ass shit. So let me make 10 commandments out of the 42 laws of Ma'at for y'all. So let white people understand the Bible, because that was for them. It was written for them, but it's been retranslated and messed up, and people don't even understand what the hell is going on, right? So look, just look this up. I ain't even got to read all this. Just look it up. Come on, man. So that's King Tut. Anyway, I should have just kept it up, but anyway. It seems likely that the Book of Seven Seals in part refers to the decoding, loosening of the seals of Tutankhamun's tomb. There were many pictures in the tomb showing the young king hunting with his chariots and horses. The colors of the horses correspond to the colors of the four Tezcatlipocas. White for Quetzalcoatl, which is the feather snake in Mesoamerica. Another form of the Christ. Tahuti, that's another form of Tahuti. Also Ninjazida in Sumeria. Lord Ayapa in Hindu. Imhotep. Black Yoatu. Red Zui Tekutili. And pale blue Huitzil Lopaktili. Tutankhamun was also in possession of two great swords. The opening of the third seal talks of the wheat and the barley, and see thou heard not the oil in the tomb of Tutankhamun. Oh my God. And see thou heard not the oil and the wine, and we recall that wheat, barley, oil, and wines were found in the tomb of Tutankhamun. Then Revelation talks of the destruction that followed, which seems very much like the accounts of destruction that accompanied the Egyptian minimum, as given in the Bible, Exodus, and in the Ipuwer Papyrus, destruction in the form of earthquakes, hail, fire, and plagues. Coronavirus. I think they trying to get me. Anyway, but here the associations lose correspondence. If the seals referred to are those of the tomb of Tutankhamun, then as far as we know, the first four have not been loosened before the writing of this book in 1998. This suggests that the fifth, sixth, and seventh seals, which are accompanied by destruction, are yet to be revealed and loosened. Perhaps the apocalypse has been forestalled, awaiting the choosing of the 144,000. 144,000 is just the speed of light. That means anybody thinking in futuristic and present terms. That's all. It don't mean 144,000 people. It means anybody who is in their light form. Shit. At least this is what the decodings of Lord Pakal seem to suggest, with destruction of forecasts for AD 2012. The Lord Pakal was an ancient, I believe, Aztec who was in the Temple of Palenque. Finally, Revelation chapter 7, verse 1-6 may explain more about the mysterious disappearance of Nefertiti. And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet. And she brought forth a man-child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron, and her child was caught up unto God, into his throne. And the woman fled into the wilderness, where she hath a place prepared of God. Nefertiti was clothed in the sun, see plate 17 and figure 52, and her left eye, which symbolized the moon, was missing. Was she the mother of the man-child sent forth to rule all nations with the rod of iron? Was the heavy standard cubit measuring rod missing from the shrine in the antechamber the rod of iron? Was Tutankhamun the child caught up unto God into his throne? And was it Nefertiti who fled into the wilderness without trace? Including Akhenaten. Because they got him. I was like, yo, the priesthoods, all of these different Amun priesthoods, they hey, get up out of here, bro. Because he was trying to bring the one, the sun coat back. Or he was trying to start the sun coat, rather. But the sun coat has existed since the first god, Typhon. Soot. But Akhenaten was bringing it back. But the priesthoods who were in the region of Egypt didn't like that because it would take away their powers and to give it right back to the king of Egypt. Because it was a lot of invasions going on and he was trying to stop all of that shit. So they tried to call him the heretic king and all that. Anyway, where are we at? We don't know. What we do know is that Tutankhamun was a super god who had much in common with Krishna, Buddha, Jesus, and Lord Pakal. Now, this is a section called the super gods. Each was the embodiment of the one living God who created the universe. Each was born through an immaculate conception. Tutankhamun had no father because I don't think they can relate him to Akhenaten biologically, but I think Akhenaten probably adopted him, but I think he's his father. Each was associated with a star. Tutankhamun became Orion, and a virgin just means unwed. It don't mean you ain't have sex. Each was associated with the light, or with light. Tutankhamun was the sun. Each was associated with a bird or a snake. Tutankhamun was the feather snake, like Quetzalcoatl. Each was associated by a name. Tutankhamun's wet nurse and architect both shared the name Maya. Each performed miracles. The treasures in the tomb of Tutankhamun are miracles. Each had similar teachings. Each encoded their secret sacred knowledge. Each prophesied destruction, the number 144,000, the speed of light associated in the Bible with the apocalypse, is encoded into the treasure of Tutankhamun, Lord Pakal, and all these other people. Each believed in reincarnation and everlasting life. And these gods are thousands of years apart. Each was associated with a tree or cross. Tutankhamun's arms are always crossed with the crook and flail. Each believed in the afterlife. Tutankhamun taught that souls either become stars or reincarnate on Earth, which is why there are hella stars and hella people. It would be easy to misunderstand the message. Tutankhamun and Lord Pakal were both associated with godliness and evil. Next page. Okay, got this. And evil decoded treasures. Let me read that again. It would be easy to misunderstand the message. Tutankhamun and Lord Pakal were both associated with godliness and evil in their decoded treasures. It would be difficult to explain godliness and with it the story of spiritual salvation without referring to the corollary of evil, just as it would be difficult to explain the qualities of water without explaining the properties of ice and steam. This is why revelation and decoded treasures go to such lengths explaining both. There can be no doubt that Tutankhamun and Lord Pakal were monotheistic messiahs. Tutankhamun explained his holy spiritual form to physical people during a short period on earth in a physical body, a beastly body. The beast is Jesus, incarnate on earth. He did not belong among men. This was explained by the presence of the goose meat among the beef, which was found in his tomb. He was wounded to death, although he may well have foreseen his own demise. Tutankhamun became king at 9 after Akhenaten left and died at 19. Come on, man. That's all ones and nines. "2,000 years later, in the jungles of Mexico, Lord Pakal brought the same message, describing the life of times of his forerunner. Tutankhamun was the first beast, a physical manifestation of God incarnate on earth. It was, if we think it through, there could be no other way to convey or explain this knowledge except in physical terms. For how could the soul be described in pictures to mere mortals? It could not. Our story does not end here, now it begins." So, now you see, our ancestors were talking about light. and receiving light. So when you see these celebrities taking some damn adrenochrome to activate the luciferin gene called luciferase or lux gene, what do you think they're trying to do? They're trying to reach God. Satan was trying to be God, right? There's nothing wrong with Satan being God. It's just, they kind of created this this issue between God and the devil, when God and the devil is the same person. God knows that he has to put himself through shit to reach the peak, because it's like a buoyancy effect. Now, I'm going to show y'all the whole cycle of the ages and how we descend for 13,000 years and how we rise for 13,000 years. Yeah, 13,000 years. The 26,000 year cycle, the revelation of the sun around the whole universe. So-called, right? So, with that being said, I believe I am done. And I wish you all the best, and I hope you can take this information and stop panicking and understand what's going on and what time it is. If you need a reading from me, an astrological reading where I'm not going pansy and footsie around, and I'm going to actually connect you to certain deities and gods, and I'm going to go into your name, because people's name is their vibration and who they are in relation to astrology, we can actually understand what your purpose is. I understand my purpose, which is why I've come to all of these different conclusions, right? And I'm able to perceive, like I've activated certain facets of the light, even though I still have some work to do too, right? You know what I'm saying? But $100 for an extensive reading, $50 for a standard reading. Now, if you want the specific, you know what? If you want the specific extensive reading, it's going to be $110 and $60 for the standard, because I'm going to buy a chart that actually tells you exactly what stars your planets are actually specifically aligned with, instead of me just guessing by degree, right? Because we need some actual science to do this. So I'm glad you all tuned in. I'm glad people saw this, and I hope you all come back to it. I'm going to be exposing other things as well, and we got a lot of work to do, family. Peace.